Insert amount of money.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give me some more, 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 more. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold.
Tell me how to the place I wanna be. Press the fire, all the scars in me. Don't know why I was with.
Yeah.
Didn't know why I was with.
It's like I'm chilling in the Matrix, yeah. No neon, but there's neon light shining on the people when it's lighting up their faces, yeah. I guess I see you in my spaceship. Beam me up, I've had enough of humans. I don't even come from here extraterrestrial. I've been someone died in stratosphere. Guess they fear what they don't understand. I've had enough of this land, so take me up, take me up. I said just take me up, take me up. If it comes to me and you just trust me, I don't give a fuck. I will smash you one into smithereens like ashes under dust.
I want you made all the precious words you say. Didn't know why I was with. Didn't know why I was with. Tears going dry. I can't stand the tears, it's just making me cry. Didn't know why I was with. Didn't know why I was with. Silence is mine. I can't stand the tears, it's just making me cry. Didn't know why I was with. Didn't know why I was with.
Fill 'em up another pound of blood. Then he throws the money on the bar. He never lets me keep the change. Fighting with the mirror, he's deranged. Why don't you smile? Why won't you smile? Asking me to play their favorite song, play it so that they can sing along. Will they hear what I'm writing? I'll give them something more exciting. To make them smile, to make them smile, to make them smile, to make them smile. Says I never call or hang around, thinks I've got another girl in town. Should I throw it all away, or should I stay another day? And she will smile, and she will smile, and she will smile, and she will smile. Why won't you smile? Why won't you smile? Why don't you smile? Why won't you smile?
said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. If they could, they probably should. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could've gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man pad. Left the hood, I said I would. The hood, I said I would.
Ain't coming back.
If they could, they probably should.
Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood, I said I would.
Left the hood, I said I would.
I left.
I left the hood, I said I would.
Ain't coming back.
If they could, they probably should.
Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could've gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad. I was caught up in a situation, could've gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad.
Left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back.
If they could, they probably should.
Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood, I said I would.
Left the hood, I said I would.
I left.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I ain't coming back.
If they could, they probably should.
Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could've gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad.
I was caught up in a situation, could've gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man pad. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
Ain't coming back.
If they could, they probably should.
Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood, I said I would.
Left the hood, I said I would.
I left.
I left the hood, I said I would.
Ain't coming back.
If they could, they probably should.
Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood,
I said I would.
And I've had better nights of sleep. In the dark, you're my only friend, the only one to truly depend on. And I finally
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas is. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We pack, man, you never gonna like us. Get them on sight now, let them on light. That way they know I'm all righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need me an island. New watches, perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island, I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah.
Tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know put a fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling, I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best to get this to stuttering, tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
came this far, nothing can stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna set yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang.
Let's go. Welcome back. It's a New Year's Bash Cup. My name's Mike Power and the amazing Gibson Cast has joined us. I put a little cheeky tweet out and you guys started hitting the subscribe. So I was like, mate, the community have called and you have been summoned now into the hot seat, mate. Obviously, Happy New Year, mate. I think this is not first time speaking, but first cast, is it? No, we got scrimmed in, didn't we? We get scrim in?
No, this is my first PUBG cast of 2024, Mark. So I'm pretty excited to be here. Yes, you let me out of the basement for 10 minutes to cast alongside you for a change. But you know what? This is going to be a lot of fun. I got to watch the action yesterday, Mark. So I'm excited to see what today brings.
Well, we need to have a look at what today brings. But before that, let's have a look at what was delivered yesterday. I will caveat slightly. We are still having issues with Twice. So please, yes, I know I want to bring the leaderboard up as much as you guys and girls want to during the break. We will try and keep it up to date and up to speed as much as possible. But as it stands, this is where we're at. Howl had an outstanding game last, finishing things up. They did put themselves on 70 points and dubbed up. Pod are in second. Vorpal Swords will go for third. GG, good games. Struggle keeping some of those numbers up. When they kept the 4 up, they were swinging hard. And then NAVI do wrap themselves in as they hold on to that 5th place. The left-hand side is where the money is, Gibson. But it was a good number of games. Any takeaways for yourself yesterday, looking at the leaderboards? Any surprises?
Surprises, I think surprise would be a strange word to use. I think more pleasant surprise would be Gaimin Gladiators actually having a couple, a point more than NAVI. Those guys have a lot to prove against that old roster. So keep an eye on how that develops over the course of this event and over the course of the year, because for a fact that they want to prove that NAVI made a mistake by electing to change that roster up. The big thing for me is Howl, right? You and I have had a lot of conversations about this roster. They've changed up the logo. It looks a little bit cleaner this year than it did last year. And hopefully that they've had a cleaner logo, they can also have a cleaner game over the course of this whole tournament, because the one thing that they've lacked, in my opinion, has been consistency. They've always had the talent, Mark, but the consistency is something that's maybe let them down. So I think this year for them, if they can find top table inside of EU PUBG. But let's have a look at our 2 most dangerous players inside the lobby after yesterday. Does it surprise you to see Pin up there on the head-to-head with a score of 91 as well? 16 and 14 kills. These 2 players putting in big numbers for their sides.
Yeah, really, really close when it comes down to the player stats. And look, it's a nice transition, actually. You mentioned about how Code Marco with that pickup, he's actually topping it now. He's currently first place according to Twire on the player stats. The left-hand side is first, and Code Marco obviously putting in a big shift. Now, it was hard for some of the teams to try and shift off Pod because Presenti and Pin were just outstanding. They were just consistently farming. Pin really causing some damage to a lot of the teams. That was a massive shake-up for them. But Code Marco, you get what you pay for, I suppose, and you put him in the roster, and no surprise, he's sitting on top of the leaderboard when it comes down to the player stats. I'll be interested to see any other teams and players getting up here. There are a couple others that are lurking. As I mentioned, Presenti already with Pod. He's up there as well, potentially. GG, Levante, he's a doozy, is always lurking around. Then Runa for Howl, and then we actually see the first NAVI player, Hakatori, is holding up for Navi at the moment. There is a lot to be had. There's a lot to be said between that GG roster and Navi. And a lot of that actually, I think, comes down to some of those splits. We saw yesterday, Gibson, the actual old school Navi drop, and we actually have the Navi compounds, the Navi splits. They're taken by GG. So with the new roster change, Navi picking up, I think they've handed back to GG their drop zones, their spots. I think they fought hard for them, but there's no contention there.
Well, the big thing is, right, the org name carries zero weight in the lobby when it comes to these players, right? It's players' names that carry weight in the players in the server. So just because you're rocking the Navi name does not entitle you to the old Navi drop. And the fact that the GG guys have held on to that drop and said, no, it's us that earned this drop. It isn't Navi the org that earned this drop spot, it's the players that have done so. I like the fact that they've continued to hold their ground, and that has a knock-on effect, right? Because as this year starts, these 4 new players, they need to find their drop spot that they want to go to. We've seen hot drops yesterday. We saw them hot drop yesterday against Acend on Tego, and Acend got the better of them that time. So I think they got to really put in some work this year to find their identity as a team going into 2024.
No, and it is a good time to start as we do kick things off. Our first event for me, or event, we've done a few scrims, but you're right, how Navi were dropping on our Acend boys. Just checking that Koho is still the 4th, so he's still covering there for the team. They played well. Both those teams got 1 apiece, so we saw obviously 1 go to Acend and 1 go to Navi. The final game, they didn't opt to go for that drop spot, despite the flight path did offer it. But I'll be interested to see, especially with those single maps, the Vikendi, the Tagos, they're the ones actually we saw some really big points put on the board. And one of them came from Howl. I think it was a 14-point game. So we saw a lot of opportunity on those solo maps for teams to really climb that leaderboard. For now, we've got to get cracking. It is day number 2. We are 3 days, and it will be another best of 6 today. So we are going to be kicking things off with a wrangle. We will then transition across to Vikendi and Tago, because we need those big point games. But we will be closing off, though, I suppose, this evening with our Miramar. So the Sandy. So a little bit of a flip round for today. I'm super pumped. I don't think there's going to be too much alarm bell, should we say, with this kind of flight path, this early rotation. It'd be standard. I'd be keen to just keep an eye. If you haven't already, check out that leaderboard, !12. Make sure you follow the stats and facts, as we're trying to keep up to date where we can, but we have to do a little bit of a delay. For now, let's get in. It is game number 1 for day number 2. It's going to be a cheeky wrangle. We'll see you guys in a few.
Here we go, day 2, game 1 to get us up and running. We're just over the 33% mark of this event, and the flight path will take us from 12 o'clock down to around 8. It's a north to southwest flight path, ending just over that bay on the south side of Primorsk. So the flight path will favour the teams that do like to drop on the western side of the map. There's teams that like to drop down around Nova and Malta. They got quite a ways to go, so you're looking at potential secondary drop spots from that. But look, you're not on my channel. You're on Mark's channel. Mark's here to join me with this one today. And Mark, the thing is, Navi and Acend, again, not dropping too far away from each other up around Stalber and Kameshki.
Yeah, so we had the flight path on our last game yesterday, where it came kind of from the same starting point, but it ended on that southeast corner. It really did favour an east side. And I was thinking there's going to be 2 points that we're going to see Navi and Acend go like they have now, or they're going to go late again at Nova. Because it was at Nova, that south, over in that military island, the East Town Bridge, where we actually got a bit of a clash. Doesn't look like it's going to be the same for them. They are holding neighbours. With this flight path, though, did opportunity for question mark to go for their normal drop zone, as we see them come late. Their secondary is Saunabois, so I think Navi's looked at this going, they're going to be going for their main, and therefore we can take this sort of Saunabois. We do get Fairy Tail and our Strong T. They are stacking themselves up again. That was quite a long, drawn-out phase number 1 for both those teams. Fairy Tail did get the win on it and actually moved their way over, but for now, most of the teams are down and out. A couple close, not a bad zone. It does go up towards that north-northwest. The dream of Zaki, I don't think we're going to get, but we have to wait and see how we go from here.
Yeah, transport could be a problem for some of these sides in the south, because if you look, Vorpal Swords and Gaimin Gladiators, Uba and Nabat took the 2 hard spawns by that western bridge. There's one more vehicle there right beside for Fairy Tails and Strong TR, but that's going to be a tough grab because Question Mark will take the hard spawns closer to Primorsk as well. So just keep an eye on how those teams rotate into the zone a little bit later. I love the Question Mark split. You know, a doozy, he's gone over on that western coast towards the bungalows. That will allow him to rotate up that western side in towards George Paul, get a lot of ground for his team nice and early. So it's a split, but it's a very smart split straight off the drop. And again, it's getting your feet, and day number 2 is going to be really important. When you look further towards the north, we'll bring up the map a little bit later on. Again, SSG will be pretty happy with the way that that's gone for them. You can see that Richie B, Roth, Page, and Pixel, they're pretty happy with that zone. And all in all, a lot of those teams that dropped early will be pretty happy. But look at Blazor, Mark. He's very, very close to Zub and Sloyjack as things stand.
Yeah, Strongly actually had the first knock, if I remember right, yesterday, but they didn't able to sort of hunker down and get their remaining. So Fairy Tail are looking to try and get the angle that was exposed last time. Interesting on the map side when we come back to it. I'm worried about that Everest, especially if that zone pulls back very heavy towards that south-southeast. We might see some teams and some players retracting back maybe as much of that sort of western push that they go for. For now, we're just going to have to wait and see, watch that one, see how that one goes from there as well. But we'll have to, again, wait for this fight maybe.
Yeah, Kron's holding the angle. Zub's going to close the gap towards that Wizard's Towers. So Strong T need to be very careful. The other member of the roster a little bit further north, crossing the road just to get that off angle towards Sly and Zub. If this gunfight does eventually kick off, you can just see as he sneaks further down from the bunker. AK at the ready, not very good utility to start things off. But again, it's all about the movement. Getting that information to your team, because knowing where Sloy and the rest of Fairy Tails are could be the difference between winning this gunfight and going out very, very early. I love this rotate that we're seeing come around right now from AT.
Yeah, this could really pick them apart. Blazer, though, is the one who's taking the initial engagement. Chrono is down to 1. This nade might be good, but there you are. There is that wrap. They get 1. The nade gets the second, and Fairy Tail completely blown apart. They're now down to 2. Oh, great shots from Zub, though. He picks ATX. He just about gets himself on the other side of the road.
Yeah, big gunfight coming through. Brightside gets the knock on to Fate as well. So as it stands, it's a 2 versus 2. But that nade could be very good as the pin is pulled. But it bounces just a little bit too far. And Artie will be able to get that res off. Zub tosses the blue nade, but it's a little bit too late this time around. Everybody's back on their feet on the side of T and this side of the gunfight. Yes, ATX is off in the distance, but Zub's still holding the off angle. You got to say early state. Oh, never mind. Zub gets the knock onto Artie, and it's back to a 2 versus 2. Fate, you can see that no bandages, no first aids, no med kits, only his bolty in his hand, missing the chance to get the shot off the Zub. But all Fate can do is take on this fight, because you can't retreat whenever you've got 2 teammates down. So you got to play this one with 25 health.
Yeah, it is a bit dangerous as the boys do work their way forward. Can't quite get it just at the moment. Yeah, it's really unlucky. You see that so much in PUBG where they're watching the perfect angle and then suddenly they just tuck themselves in. Fate does take the shot, but Fate doesn't lay here. And Fairy Tail opt to go back for the res. So we're now back to a 2 versus 3, as I can't imagine Strong T going back and getting that res from ATX. It's a bit of a wider angle for them. And Slow Jacket, really impressed actually from him yesterday. Strong play, strong stance. And looks like he is starting day number 2 as the same. Pushing forward, aggressive stance now in the middle.
Yeah, and Brightside's been scouting it out on the very south side of Ferry Pier for them as well to feed this information if anyone peeks just a little bit too far. I think Sloy did spot out the head just a second ago, so he's going to pull the pin on that nade, throws it, it takes a unfavourable bounce, but Blazor's position has now been revealed. Look, he has no sight whatsoever on the K9. He's going to hit the deck because it will provide him cover from some of that shrapnel. But he's very, very careful about the fact that you got Brightside right beside him. Steps on up, and Brightside will get the knock and call them the killers because Mr. Brightside finishes that one out. And a little bit further to the north, we're seeing the zone start to fill up. Pod Samlet have taken a good spot. You've seen SSG. Not only were they blessed with the zone with that early drop, they've also been blessed with the drop that I'm pretty sure that they've already got the level 3 gear with. If they don't have the weapon mark, it's because it's an MG. Like, the only thing that I can see people not taking out of the drop these days is the MG. But do you see Batulin's right now? It was his birthday just a couple of days ago, and he is sneaking up onto solo as well.
Man of the rocks, he likes higher places, he feels comfortable here. And let's just tab him up because he will get a look on, but we've already got a crash here. Pod and Orgless. As, unfortunately, they've already lost 2. Western is the final player. It'd be difficult here. Orgless did get out of a few fights yesterday with low numbers, but do have an anchor player, are moving their way down. The rest of them are further afield. The anchor player will give him information, but he's coming over now in the cars. We can see him on the bottom side of our map. Pin. Crazy, this one player that you don't want to mess with, but he's coming in late. He's going to lay low. I think Western decided that, hey, do you know what? This is us done. We are going to have to try and fight this one out. And now we are seeing the full stack up from the guys. Presented straight through. It's actually, yeah, no, he's presented. Does get the kill.
And you can see Pod Samulet are benefiting from what was a very busy off-season for them. They were playing in scrims almost every night over the course of PGC. They were playing in other tournaments because, of course, they weren't overtaking part in Thailand. But they're in pretty good form in the early stages of this year. Nade will be thrown towards Gaimin Gladiators as Levante is standing tall. Levante, Melman and Uba, the last 3 stand up, but you can see 2 players. The backup is now on its way, but is it too little, too late? Ibi, Nixie and Molodoct wrapping a little bit further north. They're going to cross paths with Uba. Now in a second, Levante gets the knock onto Ibi, and now all of a sudden it's a 3 versus 3. Nixie trying to get the off angle on the other side of this gunfight. He's a little bit focused on Uba, who knows that there's a potential that Nixie peeks over from the side. This is a good fight between these 2 sides, and it looks like Nixie's going to fall back to join the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think he's taking some shots there from Navi. Akatori by looks of it. He'll work his way back. They do get the pick up. Both these teams should exchange the reses now. Only just a push. E-pick up coming in from our team Acend. So teams do hunker down. Looks like Twisted Minds haven't pushed onto solo. Platoon is overlooking that. As it stands, stay back with this fight at the moment. Gaimin Gladiators GG. As I said earlier, they do struggle sometimes with keeping numbers up, but it looks like they've changed their stance for day number 2. They put the numbers down here for the Woo. The Woo take the safer option for the res. Back of the car, back to the compound they go. Be very hard now for GG to make the push. I think this is just a wait. Do you know what? Let's wait for the zone. We've got 20 seconds or less to wait for the zone to pop. From there, we can make a decision whether we push forward into them or maybe wrap somewhere else.
And GG probably not too disappointed there either. You saw that the fact that they were still rocking level 1 helmets, they weren't necessarily in the best position for that tertiary utility. We're seeing a couple of airdrops coming. Looks like Howl will take one as the zone pops as well. I love that. You call it in, which means if the phase shifts away from you, you can get on that emergency pickup. If it goes somewhere closer, you can take the road. You call it in early, it's a good decision even if you don't take it, because it gives you the opportunity to cross if you need to. But Howl, they will get on the move. I was wondering, no, they're not going to. They're going to get on the road. Yeah, sometimes teams do.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be the 1. I thought they were going to play in on the 1. But Twisted Minds centralised up, though. We did have Everest held to zone. Donuts give or take, but we are holding on towards that south to southeast area of this zone now. I'll just bring up a little bit further. I do worry when we get Everest in that the zone keeps retracting back that way. There is definitely more of a north feel to this one. But I'll just be cautious. I've seen a few of these now pop south, and a lot of teams getting caught on the north, having to sort of rotate their way in. They get collapsed on, but talk about getting collapsed on the Acend, though. They went for the airdrop here. It's Chris with the molly straight on top, hits the tree perfectly. PWD is going to be down for this one, and Kiliakai is moving into those final shots. But no, it's Chris again. There's a free pack for him, and Kiliakai puts 1 on the board.
That's really good from Acend there as well. You pointed it out earlier that they've got Kowo playing, but now they might have to deal with Twisted Minds, who could third party this one, but you can see by the terrain they're downhill, so it's not necessarily a fight that they want to take until they get their feet in much better ground. So they're falling back, they're on the move. Lou's going to grab the UAZ. Perfectix is heading towards SSG. Things stand as well. Let's jump over to Uba with the Dragon off. He's got Howl rotating past, and Code Marco's already taken some damage, and he could potentially get caught out. So Uba is trying to get in front of this vehicle, in front of this buggy or this car. Shots will come through. Headshot landed on the Code Marco once more, and he's forced to dip and get into cover again. And
Great play.
Code Marco's going to need some assistance here because I think he's lost the tire as well.
Yeah, that's how I went. Good spin from him, good hold. But look at this, the Wu instantly coming behind. Melman down. Don't forget, Uber's got no lid. He was looking at the compound. I was questioning why he pushed off last time. So they're under a bit of pressure here. They've got to be cautious. They are in rags. They haven't got the gear. As much an aggressive stance looks good. It is about points, and this is the midway of this tournament on day number 2. You don't want to be falling short. I don't think you've got many more games to go. Quizzy, I think he's seen the movement from Arnie. He's going to duck himself now back into the smoke. On the other hand, though, is able to now potentially stop. I suppose that punishment that the Wu will be able to provide. They have the safety of the compound. They have more zone. But they are trying to, at the moment, keep GG out.
Yeah, GG, they got the res off, which is surprising when you saw the position they were in, but they managed to do it. As you can see, most of these teams now have made it into the north side of the George Bay, which puts them in good position because, look, let's be honest, Mark, the likelihood this goes south is very, very low. But we'll know in about 20 seconds' time. NAVI have sent Fairest off on a scouting mission. He's pretty close to Acend by the plane crash. SSG still holding their compound. They're pretty happy with it goes. Question mark dominating all the apartments inside of George Bay. And look, again, we're seeing that decision to call in the emergency pickup, which will be in and around this area as the zone pops. So if the Wu don't like what they see in the zone shift, they can emergency pickup off. If not, they can hold their position, keep the vehicles ready. And you know what, Mark? They're going to go. They need to go because I don't like it.
They've got it. It's Everest, mate. There's something in Everest. I think we need to get a mining team down there. We need to find out what the hell is in the core of the Erangel Everest. Look at this. They've got to make the play. GG are going to see this, take the opportunity to rotate past them. I can't see them taking the clash. They know they've got to shift. I think all of these teams north are going to be looking at this going, I guarantee most teams are up here. Pod, good move from them. They want to go for that 2-2 split. Hello, Sampine Rocks goes back over. Fairy Tale, oh, that fight on the early. Actually hold out the cube. Again, if it's going to bounce back, which you're now going to look at the zone, it's going to bounce back to the north. They're in a really good position. How lurking at southeast port. I actually see the Wu not take the E pickup as I thought they would. I thought they'd take it and then sort of parachute their way down towards the south. We have two players out of 52. So 50 players remain on the north side. I suppose let's count the Howl on the north side. And the rest of them have got to start fighting their way out. Pod are just having a bit of fun as they just lay out shots from that compound of safety.
Yeah, well, they can cross the bridge easily because they have control of the compound on the other side of the bridge. Page towards the north gets the knock on to Perfectix, but Fairest, we spoke about it earlier, he was playing it very far away from the rest of his side. SSG get a knock on to Perfectix, which is confirmed out as there was a little bit of scouting going on. But Fairest could draw first contact out of Braxco, who's just a little bit off in the distance. And I don't think that Acend know that NAVI are this close.
No.
Well, now they do. They can hear the car.
Now looking back that way, you see the Killer Kai looking over here. Killer Kai's to the right of our screen now. First, still looking forward here. So he has seen bets going, and here comes a bigger push. Soto baiting the shots in as he does move the car forward. Does have the Panzer in his back pockets and might want to go for a swap over if he can't find him. Killer Kai, nice nade back, not getting the connection. And we do see the Acend now collapsing slightly. Kowo all the way down the other end. It's Chris goes further afield. He's going to cause some huge issues to them if he gets away with it. No, he gets denied entry as Diffix completely puts him down and out of that car. Kowo too far away. Killer Kai pushing his way up. Oh, and our Panzer goes straight into Killer Kai, who's now one shot. Hakatori will pick him up. Also down to a final player. Acend were too far away. Kowo should disengage now. I think he's going to find some new home. I can't imagine Navi releasing the pressure. They should continue that push forward.
Caster, coach, analyst, player, absolutely everything rolled into one. But right now he has to become an Olympic sprinter to get out of there before he gets taken down. Now we're seeing Question Mark coming under a lot of pressure here over by Spine. You've got benched heroes, Extends, Gedrox, and Dante having a look. Dante lands a couple of shots onto Besto. This is a gunfight that Dante definitely wants to get the better hand of against Question Mark. Nuki does a little bit of damage on the benched heroes as well. Though there's a third party coming through. Ascend will get wiped. That'll be Dante falling as well, as the Groza won't be able to do as much damage as he would have liked. But look at that. Extends from the benched heroes, managing to find the knock onto Phil first. Looking to flush these ones out, because again, there's not very much opportunity here for Extends to get any more points other than finishing off the players that he's already got the knock onto. Still creating that smoke wall, but he's getting pressurized now from behind as, oh no, Nuki, Scav, Samty, they're going to toss an nade right in towards this smoke. A BZ being tossed by Extends here as well, as he still tries to get the flush off. That's a good blue zone nade. There's Presente taking down a doozy. Extends is still alive. He gets that flush. He gets the knock on to Spyro as well. But he's dodge, duck, dip, diving and dodging his way around this tree. And Marky has no smokes left, so once this one's gone, he's a goner.
Oh, that's 5 abilities. That's 9 lives. He keeps moving forward, keeps taking the shots, he keeps getting those knocks. Now seeing Scavdo come in, but it's empty. He's going to pop over for the final time and does pick him in. Ben's Heroes will take 12 place, got an alarming amount of kills and pretty much picked apart our Question Mark. Good nade, though, that comes in. Hakatori on the kill feed going down. Hello Senpai is down. Question Mark does get finished up here. So Pin, I'm going to also need to get that res pretty quickly as we get a crash a little bit closer in now. There's open terrain there. Goes that shift away from the Everest. And as I said, Fairy Tail, no need just to move yet. Pixel gets a hit in the side swipe though from Example, trying to push forward, and Page is their remaining player. Looks like Batorian's going to cook the nade underarm. Should roll nicely. If he can get up underneath the car, we might see the end of Page. Doesn't quite get the connection needed. Down to one shot, but it's Lou finishing up. Big push as well. Twisted Minds completely clap on SSG's location.
Yeah, they get some revenge off SSG, who picked up a point from them a little bit earlier, so they will fall outside the placement points as we're now in the mix. Samty going full send, but Pin from Pod Samolet's able to find that knock. Nuki trying to thread the needle here as well, as they just make their way south towards that river. And if you can get there earlier, you might survive, but there's Pod Samolet. Pin's going to get taken down by Tokyo Flex, as your bottom place team Solo are able to find a knock. Already increased their points tally by 25% by picking up 1 placement point here, and this could be the start of what should be a good second day. And you and I speak about Solo a lot, Mark. They're another team that have the talent. It's just consistency has been the enemy.
Consistency. Some days we see him absolutely frag, top of the lobby, just unstoppable. And then there's other days where it's just, what's going on, guys? Like, is this the same team? Are different people playing? It's so far. It's not even a close consistency. Day number 1 wasn't the best for them. It looks like they're kicking off, though, day number 2 quite well. There was sparks of what we see of that strong solo yesterday, so I don't want to write them off completely, saying all 6 games were completely done, but they were just, again, unable to keep the numbers up. And I feel like a team like Solo, to keep those 4 up, they're a really big powerhouse to be able to end games, end zones really well. They need the additional gunfire.
Oh, Hex with a lovely shot there with the bolt. He gets the knock on to Navi. And again, you spoke about consistency. Well, Navi picked up one of the most consistent players Solo had, and so said. So I'm very excited to see his future. Gaimin Gladiators getting pushed by Navi on the north side of the zone here as well. Uba's pretty close by. Fairest will jump scout, spots out the cabin, realizes there should be someone there. Alia hits Fairest for 97, who's forced back into some cover. Zub with the Dragon off, showing off that headshot ability as Code Marco will fall. Example with a great spray with the AUG will take down Hello Senpai, as your lobby leaders will go -1 for now. Example still dancing around the top of this ridge line. The rest of Pod Samolet now arriving on the scene to help them out, but Twisted Minds need to win this battle if they want to make it into the zone, because Solo will take up the losers of pick up the winners of this fight potentially when they try to leave.
This is a bad timing. Solo will just sit, wait, and pounce when needed. Example, though, refusing to go down just yet. Confirm, but Jordan jet round on the other side. Pin comes over that car, pretty much nearly squishes him. Anyway, he goes down. Rox is the final player here for our team. Podo comes up completely. Annihilates. Example will put another point on the board for them. 7 so far. Final player. Believe it is a 1 versus 1 of both these teams now play for the edge of blue. Batordan comes up in the Scooby-Doo. Where are you? That's going to be the end of Batordan.
Oh, this is a tough spot to be in, and like we expected, Solo step on up. They pick up the last player standing, which was Rox. So Solo making some good decisions on the other side of the zone. But now the Gaimin Gladiators, they managed to do even more damage onto NAVI, as again, they want to prove to this organization that they made the mistake. And Gaimin Gladiators, the org too, they're going to love seeing their roster perform against NAVI. The Molly will be tossed in. So said will take damage from the blue. Uba will wrap them up, and down go NAVI. Gaimin Gladiators up to 7 points now, and they're going to rush to get the res, but here comes Howl as Code Marco gets the knock and flush onto Uba. The MK making short work of the Icon at that close range. Howl looking to shut down this side of the zone. If they win this gunfight, they take control of the east.
Yeah, it's good control. They know the danger is actually from that northeast corner, and I like what we're seeing. The man's also looking back. He knows he might get backfield. Exactly what they're doing to GG at the moment. Got to be cautious. The more he goes, the more it exposes. Melman, no, causing some hits though, but it does. Fun Levante gets down. Comarco is getting that knock as well, but he goes down himself. Levante after take the opportunity now to at least get a rest. They are outside the zone. Phase number 6. Quite an aggressive start to game number 1 today, with 5 teams now remaining. Only 16 players left, and the zone arguably is very, very open terrain. We had one of these though yesterday. It was on the Miramar. I'd be keen to see how these teams end it, but some of these have really spent a lot of their U2 already.
Yeah, look at the alpha angle coming through. The Mad gets the knock onto Levante after he took some damage from Solo, but Scooby is able to confirm out that knock. It's another point. There's the end of Gaimin Gladiators. They will go down in 5th place as we now find ourselves in a 4v4, v2, v1. Howl will rush to get the res off, but Solo are closing that gap. They can control the north, and that's exactly what they do. Reliant takes down Quetba. Hicks confirms out the Mad, and now it's a 4v4, v2. And Fairy Tales, they need to get into the zone, which is what Zub did, but they have to deal with the fact that Saunabois are just to their south as well, and Saunabois could pick them up if they leave a little bit too soon.
This is dangerous as well. So Scav's taking some shots. They are drawing their attention back, and great knock from him. Tokyo Flex though is farming that damage off people, and Solo, you'd be looking at this zone going, this is a Solo victory here. And we get caught. Boys though to go down. Fairy Tale pick up 1. Tokyo Flex will take the other. I'm going to go for a 4 versus 4. Zub is in, and Solo a little bit too far away, so be a bit of a powerhouse. They are on the downhill of this section. Solo do have the higher ground, but the ridge is quite dangerous. If Fairy Tale get in those cars and go really west, they're going to be exposing Solo. If they stay to this south-southeast, kind of got to throw it to Solo for a potential win.
Yeah, Solo, we spoke about consistency being the problem for them. Yesterday, they picked up 3 points. They're already got 7+ at a very, very minimum 6 placement points to go with it. Sloy Jacket holding the angle as Solo try to control the center of the zone, but Brightside will take the south side as well. These ridge lines can be very nice to play with here. You've got some cover, but if you need to step up and Solo control the hill, which is what they do, that's when this ridge could become a little bit of a problem. Fairy Tale just need that knock. If you can get a knock in your Fairy Tale, then you can start working on controlling the zone. For now, just get yourself in very good positions that are defensible and that you can potentially get the upper hand on one of these Solo players.
I do like what Solo done. They understand that actually that west was pretty weak for them. They've got to react quite quickly. Fairy Tale not going that way. They need to decide to come back here. Scooby doing that. It looks like he gets in his car now. This shot so come in. You're right. Fairy Tale need a knock. Is a big straight head up. 4 versus 4. Phase number 6 as well. Look, if the zone holds on both these teams, kind of does, we might go to the wire. It just depends if Solo want to play peekaboo over this next Rich Gibson.
And Solo, right, whenever they're on form, they're going to peak everything. They're one of those rosters that whenever they are popping off, they go hard. They've got the 2-2 split now. Fairy Tales looking to isolate the 2 sets of 2. They've gone for a 3-1 of their own. So Sloy Jacket is just feeding the information of all these movements to the 3 players on the top. In a 3 versus 2 in the top side of the zone, it's so important that Solo don't overstep their bounds, because Fairy Tales can afford to take a knock up there because it's still a 2 versus 2 on the northern side of that hill. Sloy Jacket, though, he's creeping further up. Does he know that there's players close by? He's got the MG3, and there's shots coming through from Reliant, who gets the angle from afar, and that forces Sloy into cover, and that could be the signal now for Tokyo Flex to flex that P90 and do some real damage onto the anchor player.
Yeah, it's P90 versus MG. I'll take the P90. I'll be honest with you. Look, he's got no lids. Sloy can actually hit that headshot. He might go down pretty quick. Looks like they are going back for a 2-2, identifying there as a player. Sloy goes back towards the rock. So you see Brightside retract back down. There was a couple of shots from Fairy Tail over on that east side. I think it was like, hey, look at me, focus up. But Tokyo refusing to drop the ball. He knows his job. He knows his role. He's got to stop anyone pushing in. We are phase number 7. 1 more to go. They are centralised up as arguably 2 of the solo players are out, but a nice ridge for them to continue moving down. I like Fairy Tail. They're trying to be creative. They're trying to get the angles now. They didn't do it as quick as they did at the compound, but it looks like they're going to try and close this one out pretty strong with a 2-2 split.
I just love the game of chess that's going on right now. You saw Fairy Tails wrap up in a 3-1 a little bit earlier. Gunshots come through from Sloy Jacket, but doesn't get the knock onto Reliant. But they realized they weren't going to get the best of that fight. So when Sloy Jacket came under fire, they wrapped back around to the south again to fall into 2-2s. It's just so much fun to watch. This nade could be opener, and it is. Scooby will hit the knock onto to Sloy Jacket. That's 1 member down. It's a 4 versus 3, but make that a 3v3 as Zubs Molly manages to hit the target onto Scooby-Doo, who Scooby don't know what to do when he's in DBNO position. Kron will start tossing those stun grenades up here as well. That kill is now confirmed. Fairy Tail maybe have the advantage now after that recent zone shift. The blue zone forcing Solo to get on the move. You can see that Brightside now is getting pushed by Reliant as they move closer and closer to this tree and rock. But as you pointed out earlier, Mark, Tokyo Flex doesn't have a helmet, so 1 or 2 good shots and so Tokyo Flex could fall.
Yeah, you won't be taking a 2-on-1 with no lids. Look at the MG stays to first. Oh, gets the initial shots, but doesn't get the side swipe. Brightside moves further down, does pick him up. It's going to see now right on the other side. Has got a bit of cover, so we can work with that. But Solo down to a 2. 3 remain here. 1 is technically DBNO to go for the 4. Can't see that secondary res now coming in, but he can crawl forward and gain as much information as possible. I don't think he expected Ryan to make the push forward. He goes back again. He does get it. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Fairy Tail have a Fairy Tail ending with a 21 points. He just run clean in front of the gun. I even think Brightside was like, what? He's gone, he's moved, I need to push forward. The guy player just comes running back and you're like, that's for free.
It's you know what, that's the sort of game that really kicks off a tournament for these teams on the right hand side of the table, right? You've gone a third of the way through all the maps. It's only day 2. You've got another full day to go after this one. Getting those 21 points and rocketing yourself up to 50 is huge for Fairy Tail. But let's not underestimate the impact that that's going to have for Solo as well, Mark. They were bottom of the leaderboard. They got 3 points yesterday, and now they've got double digits on the first map of the day. So they're going to rock it up as well. If you're on the left-hand side of the table, you got to start worrying, because these teams on the right, if they want to make a move, today's the time they normally start to do it.
Yeah, you've got to make a move, and yeah, you've only got 2 more days remaining. Technically 12 games, 11 now after that one. Fairy Tail first to kick off the fight this evening, and last. They finish off, though, game number 1. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to have a quick see if Twire is updating a lot quicker for you guys. I will try and bring as much information and stats and facts to you guys as quickly as possible. For now, 5 minutes on the clock. We're going to load back that lobby. We've got another Orangle. We'll see you guys in round number 2.
Came this far, nothing can stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I
I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself.
Let's go. So get rid of the music. Leaderboard has updated, so it looks like it is keeping up with us. Maybe it might be a bit short. If it does, if we do start the game a little bit quicker, we will catch up the leaderboard there when we come back. But for now, let's have a look at that leaderboard, Gibson.
Board, little bit of moving and shaking going on. Howl will still be in top spot. Looks like it hasn't quite updated just yet with the updated figures, but what we can say is Fairy Tail, they're going to be on 50 points now as they will rocket up that leaderboard. Little refresh comes through, and yeah, we're still it'll update soon, Mark. It'll update soon.
Okay, it's updating on Twitter. The automation for us is not putting through. Yeah, there is no real change. We've got Howl, Pod. The only real change here is GG have moved up, right? And the Vorpal Sword have dropped down. But there's not much in it. You guys at this point will be able to hit exclamation mark Twitter, and yours should be updated, so you'll be able to look at it quicker. We'll try and figure out why the automation is. Worst case, we can keep talking to you guys. Worth mentioning, Fairy Tail, how they had a big jump on that game.
Yeah, 21 points for the win. They were on 29. They're up to 50 in 6th place now. Just 1 point away from some cash money prizes, Mark, which is what this is all about. But Howl, they have got Pod Samulet hot on their heels, just 1 point behind as well.
Yeah, so it is really close, especially that mid-table. A little bit of an extension as we do work our way up. 76 is on that top spot. But for now, it is going to be match number 2 for day number 2. Let's see if Fairy Tail can also bump themselves up and into the money pot. Let's get them plane loaded. I'll see you guys in a few. It's time to go a wrangle. But this time, the flight path is horrible. Southwest, upturn east, pushing down more on towards that east, pushing to southeast. Near enough, sort of a pleasantly surprised at the right-hand window of the river that will run through most of this flight path. Some of these teams might get the extension to go get those e-sport pickups and take the car as far as they can. Be worried to have a look. Looks like Strong T and Fairy Tail Store going at it. If I was Strong T and I've gone out back to back on Fairy, I wouldn't be taking on game number 1 winners, right?
Yeah, it's still they want to hold their ground. They want to hold Fairy Pierce, so why not continue on with that gunfight? You know as well as I do, hot drop usually doesn't result in winning a map. Normally you leave a hot drop a little bit weaker, but it looks like, well, Fairy Tails, they won it last time, and they're going to take on Strong T once more. Will the zone force this gunfight to kick off a little bit quicker? I'm not quite sure, but I think that Strong T have got the better of the position, and this time around, Mark, they've gathered control of that flat top compound, and they're a lot closer towards Fairy Tails.
Yeah, Slow making a wrap now. He knows he needs to try and stop Art making a move back his way, so we'll stay with that one on quick tap. We go back, we get a bit of a sound cue, smoke going through. It is going to be the fight, I feel like, on the outside. Rap versus Rap. I actually do like these sort of warehouses. I do think you get enough loot out as a solo player just to really contend a fight.
Yeah. The only thing is about leaving them, I always find with those warehouses being on the sand, there's no camouflage. As you walk out of that building, you stand out like a sore thumb. Sloy Jacket could be standing out in the open to catch Artie, and that's exactly what happens as the trap has been sprung, and Artie will be the first one to fall. He's definitely not a player that you want to lose in the early stages if you're Strong T. So now all of a sudden it's a 4 versus 3. Sloy will wrap back towards the rest of his team, and Strong T, they're not getting out of this alive unless they win this battle with Fairy Tails. There's no retreat. There's no surrender. They need that next knock.
I'm looking push Vector in one hand, take with the shotgun. They've just got to go for it. They've already lost. They've taken some damage. They know they're not going to come out. This one's scathed. Zubdo looking for the angle. Comes a little bit further up. I believe Fate spotted him as well, you know. So little cheeky shots back. Blazer underneath the blue barrage of those BZ nades, down to a one shot. That nade doesn't quite get the connection where they want it to. Has moved forward, Fate playing. Blazer comes up and over, good shot from him. Brightside though has got a shotgun as well. It might be a shotgun versus shotgun. He does able to get it across, doesn't get the connection as needed. Brightside back to the corner, but he puts him down. Brightside will send Fate back to the lobby for game number 3. Oh, that could have gone either way.
That was close. Blazer now is just needs some assistance from ATK on the other side, but it's a 4 versus 2. Oh, this is another gunfight. Owner spots out the Gaimin Gladiators as they make their way across the bridge. Uba is down, Weston is down, down goes Owner as well. Gaimin Gladiators will get another knock, but here comes Global Army, will flush out Uba. Owner is down, but not out for his side just yet, but you feel like that should change soon. A smart decision to leave the building, but a doozy from Question Mark decides he wants to get involved in the action here too, as they third party on the other side of Gaimin Gladiators, and they're going to make that move towards glass building now. Stun grenade being thrown. The crash will come through as well, as Spyro knows that Gaimin Gladiators are pretty weak. Mailman steps out. He takes down Phil first, but now he's trapped inside a shack. Nowhere to go. Will toss the blue zone nade to try get that flush out, but Mailman should be dealt with. Levante flushed. Fairy Tail will wipe out Strong T. They go down in 16th place, but Gaimin Gladiators should be following them right out that door, because there's no way Mark Melman gets out of this with more than one more kill.
Oh, they've got to commit to it. They're going for it. Shoots through the door and far away. Gonna get one. He's under a huge amount of pressure. Lane shot, pre-fire, but doesn't quite go through. Melman down. Spyro showing what he can give when it comes for Question Mark now. And yes, they've lost Phil first. They are going to be 3. The bridge will be forsaken for now, but Pod will leave and over they go. Military Island, as you saw, that's why we've got so much action down here. Pod will take a little bit of a sort of chip shots, and nothing more, nothing less, and they get a nice free pass down the other side. How on the adjacent side, SSG going to take that E pickup, so Solo going for an E pickup wrap as well. Vorpal Swords, normal drop zone for them. Looks like we've got Acend up on the high as NAVI go for the south. Orgless, we saw them unfortunately lose a player in that fight as well on the bridge, but Question Mark are the ones that come out on top.
Does X mark the spot though for these players that are emergency pickuping their way inside of Millie base? We'll get an idea pretty soon. And you were right, Question Mark did lose Phil first, because he was the first one to fall, as the Matt from Howl now will drive by onto Kiliakai, not able to get the knock this time, but they will follow him for just a little bit down the road because they know the player's isolated. But at some point you do have to decide to pick a spot inside the zone as well. Again, I've nothing against them chasing Kiliakai to try pick up this point, but once you kind of get closer to Millie base, then you fall off and go for a compound, and that's exactly what happens, as Howl will make their way inside towards those bunkers, which again, I like the bunkers. Again, you're not going to get a lot of kills out of them in the early stages, but you're securing yourself a spot into the later game if you take them. But no, Howl will keep on rotating, and now it's NAVI that they're potentially going to run into.
That's a good move. I hate the bunkers, not gonna lie. I can't sit still in PUBG. It's my problem. How can we did have an end in this way. Now they do have pickups coming above him, and how, if you remember, they were fighting out in that sort of TDM area of the plane, so they actually go towards the other side and keep wrapping over. I think they'll be cautious as to thinking the zone might come down. NAVI, massive split for them. We know this from their plays and game number 1 in the scrims we've been watching, and I think the teams did take advantage in one of the games, so need to be cautious. They are scouting, Diffix driving, just teasing Orgless into a couple of shots. Doesn't quite happen. Maybe going back towards that compound. A bit more of a 2-2 split. How do ducking back to the planes like we saw yesterday. 2-2 split though from Acend. I kind of like that pack hunting from Howl. They didn't give up, but they made the right call. They're like, do you know what? If we go over this ridge, we don't know what's over the other side. Obviously, admittedly, we know there's Koa, and it's going to be damaging, especially when you got him sitting behind a wall. But yeah, right play, nice movement for them. No stopping from Howl, and straight through military out towards the other side to take the position they wanted.
Yeah, Fairy Tales, they can potentially take the ferry, and a little bit later Twisted Minds can do the exact same as they get into Novo, and as you look, they'll potentially get a pretty free rotating on that ferry as well. Molodot getting a little speed kiss from Nixie as he gives him a bump from behind, but You can see the Coupes are a little bit faster than the Dacia as they go past what used to be KFC, RIP Colonel's Chicken. I miss the KFC buildings when they were there. You know, I had some friends who hadn't played the game in a long time. Brought them in to see the KFC buildings the day after they were removed. It was sad times.
Love it. It's Acend up there, isn't it? Yeah, it's Chris.
Yeah, it is Chris.
Taking shots over. That's a long distance if you get that one. That's big hits. There goes the boat, but it hasn't. The lines go straight over. We're going to see now Vorpal takes the boat the other way around. They'll be following in our Saunabois. Bench Heroes making their way now towards zone. That will wrap us up. 14 teams. We lost a few again, really causing a few issues. And, Pod trying to get some shots down towards our Howl team, but Howl going to hunker down in the bunkers in the open terrain. We saw Twisted Minds play from really well actually from here. I took them early. They made a big rotate. They took the one a little bit more to the west of this location. And it worked out. I believe it was a third place for them. They didn't quite get the second, so it was a good shout.
Yeah, tire gone on one of those UAZs, so they'll use the one with the broken tire to protect the tires on the fresh one. We saw that observer bug that I love seeing where Pod Samolite were firing mind bullets towards Howl as they rotated in towards the zone. You've got the Saunabois. They've made their way in towards Ferry Pier here as well, and they're getting held by Orgless as Huth Global Army, and the rest of the roster will do some damage. But look at that, Weston finding a knock on the Diffix from NAVI, who are a little bit further towards the northeast. And again, that knock, fall back, grab a compound, no harm, no foul there whatsoever. I think they've realized with the circle being the way it is, if you sit in that gunfight on the pier for too long, these compounds get backfilled and you don't get deeper into the circle.
Yeah, there is a later. We saw drops come actually into these compounds last time. So wait and see how we go from there. Had a quick look at the leaderboard. It's still not updated for me. I'll try and figure that one out later. But for now, again, exclamation mark fire for you guys. I will take a look during the break. 2-2 splits from a few teams. Taking a bigger split compared to others. The zone shift not quite what we had yesterday. It does go down towards the southeast, and there's so much water remaining there, Gibson. It's going to really limit of where we can go.
You've essentially got a phase 3 circle. You know, you've halved it. Half this is unplayable, which means that the hunt is on now. Acend have sent Chris straight up towards Braxco as they'll look to hold that mountain range on the observatory tower. You've got Howl now on the move as well towards the south side of Millie Base itself, because you're going to play this wall on these crashed planes. This is not what you want to see, particularly for the teams that were north, you know, the ones that were holding the north side of Millie Island. They thought that it couldn't go like this. The zone has, and now the move is on. NAVI will attempt to play the hill that looks over Millie Base. Orgless there on the move as they give up this position, and now Question Mark are going to go right past Quizzy, who gets the knock on the Spiral. We'll flush that one out pretty quickly. Besto, the next player to be targeted. He's on 16 HP. One shot should be enough, and there you go. It's Molodoct finding that knock as Question Mark will lose another. A doozy, the next one to go, and he's going to lose a tire on the UAZ. And it's going to be a very slow ascend up this hill. And I think, yeah, he is just going to play inside the shack. And you know what, Mark? It's not a nice shack to attack because of all the angles around it. So I think a doozy will be fine for the next circle. I don't think anyone's going to push him in the short-term future anyway.
Nah, I can't see it. I generally can't see it. Hotel, they're looking for another chicken dinner, but I think they're going to do this from the Navy SEALs approach. They will wiggle their way now out behind the rocks, and hopefully teams down here, which are Saunabois and NAVI, won't drop the ball on them, but they do have a bit of cover. Can think about how they come in. It is a don't leave it too late. You've got to scout into that sort of east-hand side, or that southeast, should we say, of the land mass before moving away. Orgless, they were turned around by NAVI. They pushed their way back towards kind of the firing positions just outside the south side of the road. Now refocusing their attention back towards Howl. It's interesting to see if they can keep the cars alive. It's very difficult here, though, and they're going to need the transportation a bit later.
Yeah, you've lost the tires there now on the UAZ. I think you should maybe see the coupe or the Dacia be okay, but again, 2 seats, not 4 inside the coupe, so if it's the one that's the last standing, Orgless could be in some trouble. But again, this zone could shift their way. You'd like to hope that it shifts towards the northwest when you look at how much land is there. You know, we can potentially get more water again this next shift. It's not a foregone conclusion that it will shift away just yet. Solo, they have called in the emergency pickup, which should arrive roughly the same time as Phase 3 closes. Again, these teams should have their numbers down, but Mark, I think they might have called it a fraction too early.
It is. I'm just looking at the time. It's 30 seconds on the clock, or 33, so I think they are going to have to make that grab. Look, if they're in the air just about as it hits, they could retract back. Maybe they could go, hey, do you know what? Let's just fall back, jump straight back. Fairy tale, they call the blessings of the PUBG gods, and a drop will land straight on top of them. No one else really in the southeast corner. Forrest is taking shots at them. Actually, doing pretty well as well. Sub down to a one-shot, but he hasn't got the mag to confirm it. There we go. Bench heroes, they working. Code Marco is down and out. And that zone shift there we go. It does sort of tally up, and a doozy will be happy.
Yeah, Doozy will live the fight on a little bit longer. No need to get out of that shack just yet. Could potentially eke a placement point out of this one as well, depending on what happens over the next few minutes. Braxco from Acend. He's going to move it a little bit further north this time. Nixie with a big nade is able to get knocks on the Twisted Minds. Perfectix has fallen here as well. Twisted Minds need to retreat, get out of dodge as quickly as possible, and they're sending it right towards where Braxco has just come from. He's going to hop on out, spots out the Dacia, goes for the spray, does a lot of damage on the one, but all these gunfire shots are going to potentially give his position away to Ibby as well, who's decided to fall back. Twisted Minds in a very, very dangerous position here, Mark. 2 players down. The other 2 have fled away, and Chris I don't think Chris is going to get the angle. Oh, he's just about, but it's too late. Braxco has fallen.
Yeah, example does get him. He actually refused to stop. He moved all the way up here, so Chris going to try and get some shots down. Maybe try and rethink between his push over, but he's gone for it. Example does pick him up. Maybe he is coming back, so rethink of his momentum in towards zone as the Woo find themselves a little bit in between a few. Let's go in towards a little bit of fight that's happening. Vorpal Sword do try and push their pause. It is a full flat drive over.
Yeah, you had nowhere to go. Absolutely nowhere to go there for Hello Senpai. Roth will get a point on the board for SSG. Kiliakai gets the knock on the Nixie as this gunfight still goes on. But look at Kiliakai's position, right? You've got Molodoct a little bit close on the other side of the road. Ibby is off on his own, getting hunted down. Twisted Minds are about to rotate past Ibby as well, so he needs to decide whether or not to shoot. Molodoct, I think, yeah, Kiliakai knows that he's there, can spot out the burnt out UAS, so cautious not to over peak. But while this is going on, Mark, the Woo look like they're getting this res off, and I think they will.
They need to go for it. If they're going to push across, they've got time.
I don't know what my old man eyes saw 2 logos there, but Nixie wasn't. I thought he had support, but he didn't. It was my old man eyes.
Tripping me out, mate. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a question mark. I've gone. Looks like Orgless were looking for a new home, and they get caught. Instant will go down himself. All Global Army is the final one, down towards the TDM area. It is going to be bench heroes. One-man push, though. He's trying to hunker himself down. Taking some initial shots, but Vorpal Swords are just being pain in the side. Let these 2 teams fight. The Global Army is going to join in as well. Leosh, though, doesn't want anything to do with it. Good nade, outstanding pinpoint accuracy. Does land straight on top. There's a quick kill confirmed. Global Army is going to be looking in. Hopefully, the zone won't shift too far from him, but unfortunately, I think you jinxed it. You said how much you love these bunkers. I said how much I hate these bunkers, and PUBG gives us the bunkers.
Yeah, sometimes it's got to do what it's got to do. Mark, there's a lot of ground up for grabs, though. Your first, second, and third place team have all fallen, which means teams can now make a move for that top spot. The Woo have 2 players left alive, 4 kills on the board, but they're fleeing the scene of the last crime as Twisted Minds are in position. Molodoct will get knocked, which leaves Ibby all by himself as Orgless are able to pick up a kill onto Leosh here as well, as they want start making some moves on day 2. Navi will head on to the zone, as will SSG. Problem is, though, Mark, SSG, they airdropped in, so I'm not quite sure if they've got a vehicle to rotate in with.
Very difficult grenades. And I think he's just trying to punish anything he can. A bit too far away. Global Army tucked up. Did pick up Lersh though. Underarm would be a bit better. But he's going to try and get it further around. Or Blue Zone nade. That's better. Causes a bit of splash damage here. Force Global Army. Maybe out to the safety. Molly just over his head. That's the one you wanted to lead with, I felt. Maybe force him out. Extends does get some shots. Have to dodge the other way. Extends. He's going to be left trying to find the final player. Zone does shift up higher. We will try and hold out. Twisted Mind still holding out for 2. 2 for our team. Ascend as they work their way down. Fairy Tail hold nice 4. So do NAVI. Big split for them. As I come back just in time. Global Army will finish up bench tiers. 11 plays for them. 10 teams now remain as 26 are left on the battlegrounds.
Yeah, it's not a great ratio either. You know, 10 teams, 26 players. That's just over 2.16 players per team. So having all 4 will be a huge advantage. Down goes the Woo as the kill comes through for Ascend, who really want to have a much better day too. They were on 20 points going into this one. The Saunabois, they'll rotate into the circle behind SSG. Nuki will either wait for the perfect time that he can guarantee the knock onto Page or sneak on. And I think, yeah, this could be... Oh, he's moved again. Nuki was like, this is my chance. No, it's not. Get on the move once more. Roth. Surely, Roth. There is no way Roth didn't see Nuki. And there you go. Turns his attention towards Page. Page will get knocked by Nuki. And it's Razor from Vorpal Swords off in the distance that gets that knock. That kill a nice SSG. They need to fall back and get that res, and that's exactly what's going to happen. And they just about get into the edge of the circle, but look at the horrible spot Roth finds himself in.
That is a very tight parking spot. I think Roth is getting told off in chat as to why you have not picked up the player you've rotated past, mate. But for now, should be all right. Not more action. Obviously, Vorpal Sword with a big 2-2 split, so they've got really good angles. There's a quick kill confirmed. SSG can't hide this side of that melee wall. 7 kills as well. Vorpal Sword. Neighbor is down, but that 2-2 split should allow him to get the res on, as the Overwatch, though, from the team a bit further in will be able to hold. Lucky Neighbor will try and hold, but we're going to see Roth now. He should pick up his boy and find some sort of way in, maybe.
And they're on 61 points now. There's a very real chance that if they get a top 2, top 3 position, that they could take top spot. Diffix from Navi will blow Roth back to the DBNO status, and I don't think Pixel is going to stand out to get the rest. He might have smokes that he could potentially give. Nope. Roth, you're... There's no way for Roth to get back towards Pixel, so he's going to sing and have a little fun for the 14 seconds until Phase 5 begins closing this way. Vorpal Swords will look to confirm out this kill if they can. Pixel steps on out, and Diffix will wipe out SSG by himself. Vorpal Swords now, they need to prevent Navi from stepping inside the zone. Habako gets the spray off, does a little bit of damage, but doesn't quite get the knock, and Navi now have managed to make landfall on the side of this bunker, and Habako is under heavy fire. The Dragonov on the other side of the road with one shot could knock him down to his knees. So Habako, what can you do? Player stepping through the smoke, and Hakatori takes down Habako. 3 versus 4, and Navi are battling their way into the circle.
What can you do when Hakatori hunts for you? Not much. He does pick up that knock though. Good smoke, should allow that res back, and they collapse here from Vorpal Sword. They opt to go to the outside edge, giving up their bunker. Resmoke should happen. He's going to just crawl his way out. It needs to be a quick res here. Arguably, PWD needs to hold the angles, needs to come from behind, but he's going for it. That Molly is pretty close. He'll go on fire. He's going to lose that one. Good confirm here from Navi. They are still trying to work their way in pretty tight. That collapse from Navi is looking good. And they have found themselves a nice spot within the zone.
Just goes to show that had that initial gunfight gone the other way, if Habako found the knock on the Navi when they were crashing in, things could have looked oh so different. But as it stands now, they're the one that have taken the loss. Twisted Minds, they have still got 2 players up, but inside the blue is Example, and once that vest starts to make the beep, well, Example will fall, and that's exactly what happens. And there's Twisted Minds down and out as Chris will find that point for Ascend. Yes, they've only got 2 players stand the mark, but I love the position they have inside this circle. And Fairy Tail, winners of the last map, up onto 50 points, 6 kills already. Dare I say, on a bit of a charge on day 2?
Yeah, they've come back and sprinkled their fairy dust. It seems to be working. Need to try and hold this zone pretty open terrain. This is about, again, keeping our U2 up. It feels like OG PUBG, but keep the util. Util might be the winner at the end. I'll be looking to conquer, but the zone does not like them. Again, it goes back. Vorpal Sword take the opportunity to leave the shared location and go back to the first hidey hole that they came from. Now they've got to try and focus. Can Vorpal Sword for a second time stop NAVI pushing their location?
Well, it's the question is, what do NAVI do? Do they decide to crash this bunker that they know Vorpal Swords are in? Or do they go for the middle one? You know the middle bunker is completely... Or you should have an idea the middle bunker is pretty vacant. That's what Hakatori and Fairest should be scouting out as things stand. Yes, you can't get inside... Or you can't get inside it, but you've got a lot of cover on the outside of it that they can move their way into. You've got vehicles, you've got some goodies, but... They're going to smoke their way towards the circle. They have vehicles, Mark, but they're electing to take the fight to Vorpal Swords. And if they get a good nade inside that bunker, that could spell trouble. But they've made the smoke wall at least. They've given themselves the option to crash it. Oh, Nabat
slams him down. He'll be able to get the res. But they've got a huge call now to make. That smoke wall is to deny information. That looks like to me that's telltale. Navi want to be aggressive. They want to push in here, but they've got a man down. That's completely stopped that play. They've got to get that res as quick as they can. The smoke is burning. PWD, he knows what they're trying to achieve now, so he's moving his way forward. Sost also went down to a one-shot. Look at this. Instantly back out. And a little peekaboo around the outside does mean he's not going to be able to get the opportunity to take those cars. Saying that though, Navi on the approach now. They are working away. Defixo, Hakatori, nades in hand. Feristo looking to pick the boys up though. It's a two-car split. They are going full sends. Costo actually hits that nade by rolling. Let's see what they can do here. Let's pick up one. Let's see if they can get the adjacents though. A car rolls by. Second one is down. Only two remain in, and it goes down to a 2 versus 3 fight. And Navi have the high ground on them.
It was a good plan from Navi, but Vorpal Swords were ready for it. Now you've got Fairest climbing the entrance to the bunker, but Vorpal Swords are inside with everybody still alive. Problems could arise whenever they need to leave, but as of right now, Navi have got themselves up on the bunker. Orgless now, global army has wrapped all the way around onto Acend, spots out one. There's one, transfers over to Chris, but misses the shots. Nade will be tossed, but look at that. Fairy Tales, they fell back. They're able to get the kill confirmed, but they get flushed out at the end of this one, so it's a 1 versus 1 for North Control. Global Army getting hunted down by It's Chris, and It's Chris doesn't make any mistakes. It's point number 7 from kills for Acend this time around. They make the top 4, and it's Vorpal Swords, Solo, Navi, and Acend. And Mark, back-to-back maps, Solo have found themselves inside the top 4, and this is what they needed. And again, consists something that Solo rosters have always had a little bit of trouble with.
Yep, and they're proving us wrong. Second day, second opportunity, the second game to maybe get a chicken dinner. They now continue to work their way in. Navi, I think they're trying to really deny any kind of sound cues here. Feristo, he's just playing sneaky. I don't think you can see the foot between the middle. Or it might be a case that you can pick him up. Players now a standstill. Solo on the other side. And with a 3 versus 3 v2 v1. Bad ending. Oh, look, a Molly might actually be coming out. No, they go for a full descend out of the car. They've got to go with the others left. They're going to go for it. There we go. What a bait from PWD. He takes the car. He draws the guns. And they're able to pick up one. He goes down towards Solo, though. It's on the adjacent side. And our Vorpal Sword team, they are able to pick at least one of them from our Navi split. Unable to get the second one, but they are out here. Hakatori, though, over the top on the rocks, not too far away, but Nabat puts his feet on fire. So down to a 1v1 here on the outside of the mound.
But Mark, the HP in the vest, Hakatori's in a dodgy spot with 1 kill. But the big thing is, if he gets one of these knocks and he has the high ground, this is so winnable for Hakatori. 2v3, v1v1. Spots out the helmet once more. Chris has snuck his way towards the center of the circle, and he is more than happy to play this by ear and see what happens. There's Hakatori finding one. We spoke about it. The high ground gives him so much of an advantage, and now for Vorpal Swords, they're in a tricky spot because this could have gone so well. It hasn't. Hicks is going to take down one, and Solo, well, this is their game to lose as they have now pushed up onto this ridge line as well, and Hakatori is literally playing king of the hill for his life here.
Yep, Tokyo Flex coming in. They cook the other side. They just need to get him roughly into the middle, and that's pinpoint accuracy. There's no rough on that throw. Tokyo Flex ends down. Vorpal Sword, big play from PWD. 10 kills on the remit for Vorpal Sword. Maybe back yourself in, let the blue zone go down, and see if Solo want to make the play. I think they're going to have to med themselves up. No med for one, 2 meds for the other. It's going to be a blue zone ender, I feel. There's no need for Solo to commit to this one. I know it's pretty boring, guys, but I think it is the right call from the guys from Vorpal Sword.
Yeah, they're going to deny. The blue zone will take them down. And again, this is a tournament for money, and Solo... Well, the only thing is, Solo are a long ways away. So you could potentially try to get some points out of this one. But Mark, you've made the decision. There's not much you can do. It's going to be a map win for Solo. Give us a kill count for them if we can. Just a little Solo.
Oh, cheeky 4.
There we go. They're on 4, so they're going to get 14 points out of this one. And those 14 points, with the 16 they have already, that'll rocket them up to 30. And you know what? Those 2 extra points could tell, but they'll be happy.
Yeah, do you know what? Take it. They've got no util to end it either. So love it. They can't do anything. I like the play. Breaking it down. PWD's move. Yeah, Solo came for it as well. There's one. No way. Second one goes to zone. No. Oh my god. PWD. If he was there, he'd be screaming it. Nayback gets up. Tokyo Flex, though, he needs to take on a very, very broken Vorpal Sword. Oh, do you know what? They threw it. They got it. GG. Solo put 5 kills on the board, and Vorpal Sword got caught with the trousers by their ankles.
Well, look, it was a play that they could make. Solo knew with 1 player inside the circle, why not make a go of it? They got 1 extra point out of it, right? And we said it, every single point matters. I love it. I absolutely love it. Vorpal Swords with those 11 kill points plus the 6 that they get for second, those 17. Not going to be enough to get them in the top spot, but it gets them on to 70, just 6 points off the pace. Look, that was entertaining. That was a fun way to say goodbye to Erangel for today, Mark. But we got our 2 solo maps coming up next with a bit of Tego and Vikendi. And if Tego serves us up anything like what it did yesterday with that kind of recliner finish that we ended up with, this is going to be a lot of fun.
I know you're going to mention that recliner. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be Vikendi, then over to Tego. See you guys in a few.
If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in the man. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning. I'ma keep winning. I'ma keep winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit with. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot. You better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning. I'ma keep winning. I'ma keep winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
go. It's getting ready for game number 3. But before then, Gibson, I think I fixed the leaderboard. Let's have a quick look, though, at that leaderboard. Maybe I've completed for the second time now.
No, it looks like it's working to me, Mark. It looks like we're pretty much bang on where we should be. As Howl still have top spot with 78 points. Pod Samlet on 75. But Vorpal Swords, Mark, they got a couple of points in that one. That gets them up into 3rd place. And they've started to move as well. But that battle between NAVI and Gaimin Gladiators continues as they just, swap spots back and forward game after game.
Yep, not too much movement, but Vorpal Sword, I think that is the big shout, really. They sort of levitate themselves into a strong position. They had a strong game. They didn't get the chicken dinner. NAVI do claw their way in towards that money pot as well. Gaimin Gladiators not really kicked off day number 2 strong. They have been descending their way down with a -1, and now this time they've gone down to holding on to 5th place. There's only a point in it. It's what I kind of like at the moment. These are super stacked players, and as a result, what it does mean is that we are seeing a very tight leaderboard.
Mark, look at 8th to 11th, 8th to 12th even, and the teams you got in there. Twisted Minds, SSG, Question Mark, The Woo, Acend. The amount of players that you have in those teams who have experience at the highest level, that have played at major international tournaments, and they're in 8th through 11th. That goes to show how well the teams at the top have been performing today so far. Me, personally, I want to see the solo train carry on. They got that karambit inside the logo. I really want to see if they can continue getting the consistency of those top 4s, because again, it's what this org has always had problems with, and today goes to show what they can do whenever they start playing well.
Yeah, it is about playing well. Moving on their way up, it's definitely worth noting. Solo now climbing those leaderboard up in 12th. Send no move for them. Orgless no change, and Strong T, unfortunately, they've gone for a cup of tea, should we say. Hold up, bomb. Let's see what it does mean, though, to our player versus player. Well, it's good to say we do have a slight change, as Pod Presenti, who was in 3rd, leapfrogs himself now in towards 1st place. Obviously, this is based on the Twire rating, and we do see Code Marco still in 2nd. Despite how not getting the placements, I feel, Gibson, Code Marco still putting a decent shift in.
Oh, he is. Look, he's one of those players that getting picked up by this roster is going to instantly improve them, and it has so far. They're on top spot. It's Pod Presenti's in 2nd spot. You and I have casted him now for a year and a half, and he is gradually improving as a player. He's always been good, but he's starting to improve himself a little bit more. But when I look, the big thing for me is the damage, right? I love it when a player's kill count is very close to the damage, as far as keeping that ratio good. It means that when you're hitting shots, those shots matter. And 2,500 damage to 17 kills. Presenti hasn't wasted a lot of ammo in this tournament. He's been getting kills most of the time when he fires off.
Yeah, consistent. Let you guys know, 3rd place, though, is Pin. Levante is holding up, though, 4th. Hakatori 5th. Zub, though, for Fairy Tail does really skyrocket up now. He's taking up that place. But have to wait and see what we're going to go do. As we are waiting, we're just going to throw out, unfortunately, guys, just to another break. I think there's a technical issue with the lobby. It is bugged, unfortunately, in the wrong region. As much as I'd love, and me and Gibson talk about doing Asia and how much the great PUBG action was early, we are stuck on an Asian server at the moment. So we're going to throw out to a quick break. When we come back, though, we're going to go straight into Vikendi, should be. And I'll see you guys for round number 3.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more.
Damn, look at that, that broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, that broke the mold. Give you some more.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Damn, look at that. Give you some more.
Real bad, listen, got it like that, got it like that, got it like that. Real bad, listen, got it like that, got it like that, got it like that.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold.
Take me out to the place I wanna be. Press the fire, all the scars in me. Didn't know why I was with.
Yeah.
Didn't know why I was with.
It's like I'm chilling in the Matrix, yeah. No neon, but there's neon light shining on the people when it's lighting up their faces, yeah. I guess I see you in my spaceship. Beam me up, I've had enough of humans. I don't even come from extraterrestrial. I've been someone died in stratosphere. Guess they fear what they don't understand. I've had enough of this land, so take me up, take me up. I said just take me up, take me up. If it comes to me and you just trust me, I don't give a fuck. I will smash you into smithereens like I should turn to dust.
I want you made all the precious words you say. Didn't know why I was with.
go. Apologies for that extra long break. Lucky enough, we did get the leaderboard updated. Oh, you always have a look. I shouldn't have rushed it. I just need to understand there was a few players that disconnected, and it was a little bit late. Like actually, Otto had to go outside. Someone slipped over, hit the head on the ice. So Otto, he's been a hero as always. Talk about running over and slipping on the ice. Hopefully, none of these players do. We are going to be going from an east down towards a southwest. Arguably, most probably one of the better flight paths we've got here for Vikendi so far. Teams should be able to extend. Don't expect a hot drop apart from that DA compound yet again with strong T.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that one as everyone makes their way down towards the ground. It's Howl that are pretty close by to strong T this time around. So let's see who hits the ground first, because sometimes in a gunfight like this, that can be the deciding factor. Looks like Artie will be the first player to hit the ground, and he's going to aim for that balcony, which should give him cover and weaponry pretty quickly. Rune is right next door to him right now, but Artie has got the sausage shotgun. We've got 3 members of Strong T. The molly is going to hit the pay dirt perfectly as multiple players erupt into flames, but it's shotgun and shotgun action. Artie will reload. You've got Fate with the dirty big shotgun in his hand as well. The DBS at the ready. But honestly, the fact that Strong T have still got everybody alive is big for them in the early stages. Quetpa spots out ATK off in the other building, and he will send his teammates wrapping around the side, and Quetpa will focus on just making sure that he cannot make the crossing to the rest of his teammates. You can see that Howl are starting to set this trap.
Yeah. How are the victors back to back? But on the other side, though, Strong T down the bottom of the leaderboard, they've got nothing to lose. It's a delay for game 3. I blame you, Mark. Yeah, you blame me, guys. It is my fault. It's my fault for the delay. Strong T need to decide what they want to do, but arguably they lost the first player both times, so need to keep the numbers up. They do retreat back. I think that's more of a they are looking for loot. I like the drop that they were right on top of how to apply the pressure. They didn't get enough gear for all the players, but they do wrap further away and get away with it a little bit safely. Blazer picks up the SMGs as we got Fate with the M4, got the G in there as well, but also shotgun at the forefront of the attack, should we say.
Yeah, you can see that Howl are going for the flood approach, where they're trying to get as many players in the team close together to wrap around and play the trade game. With Strong T, they've gone for more of a defensive mindset. You can see that Artie is feeding the information based on the feed steps from this building. He has cover inside so that if he does get pushed, he can get some support. Whereas, as we said, Howl are going for that more aggressive approach. And really, this gunfight will kick off, but the big thing is, Mark, when you look at the way the zone is shifted in the early stages, there's no incentive to fight straight away, right? These teams are happy to wait for someone to overextend, to overpeak, which is what the Mad does. But Code Marco will find the opening knock onto ATX, and all of a sudden, there is the bells of war have been rung. Fate's up on top of the roof, but Code Marco is going to keep wrapping around, because it does look like Blazor is going to go for that res, and Code Marco seems oblivious to that.
Oh, yeah, missed the res. And Marco is second. Be cautious, because if you have missed it, the player can maybe wrap out. Looks like they are going to try and extend for that res. Does get behind cover, but Howl have stacked up. The pack is ready to go. Initial shots, though, coming from Code Marco. Does get the connection. Go for a little wider split here. Presenti is having a look at this one. They know that every time we've had fighting here, and actually capabilities, potentially you might be able to get on that hill just in that top right hand corner. You can see Presenti eager to ensure that Code Marco doesn't chase him on that leaderboard. 2 down here. We're after Strong T. Final players remain, but they are hunkered down. Final player remains. He's coming out. Shotgun. Oh my days. Comes in, hammers those shots. Double tap though. Puts down 1, puts down 2, and Pod are raining the freebie for the steals.
Oh my god, the DBS waits for no man. Quetpa confirms at his point, but Presenti will add another little kill steal to himself as he looks to become the out and out leader. Fate will wipe them out. Down go Howl, and well, Mark, they started the day as your lobby leaders. They played a very good map 1, but they've been in free fall since.
What happened there? Presenti's backed away. Looks like bench heroes want a bit of the blood, like sharks in the water. These players, when it comes down to Vikendi. Zone is in that sort of southeast corner. Twisted Minds want nothing to do with it. They send this example scout up high, and the rest of them will work in as they do come in the cars on the southwest corner. SSG making that same rotation we saw yesterday. Fairy Tale are working their way on the south. Question mark on the other side. Be careful of the bears there, guys. There are a few. GG's. Now on the other side of the cable car, in the heart and soul, just outside of the castle, but on the high ground. Be very good for the information gained. But a lot of teams are going to try and take that away from you, I feel, Gibson.
Oh, of course. You know, you got a strong position on a map like Vikendi, you got to take it. And, you know, this is where I'm going to give a lot of credit to Luminosity, right? You know, the team from NA. They went in to the grand finals of PGC knowing Vikendi better than any other team on the map. They knew the zones, they knew bear countdowns, they knew the topography better than anybody else. And it's going to be a case of this again. Whichever team understands this map better on a lobby like this will take the win. Because again, when it comes down to mechanical and raw skill, there's not a vast difference between all these players. Everybody in this lobby is nuts mechanically. It's the macro play, the decision making that separates teams when they're at this level. And you can see straight away the more experienced side, your question marks, they've already got themselves in the center of the zone. You know, you could say the same about Twisted Minds. Those teams that are really experienced, that played together for a long time, well, they've got themselves into the good zones inside this map. And I think that that's maybe the advantage mark that some of the more full-time teams will have over the part-time teams and unorged teams inside this lobby.
Yep. Question mark in underneath the heart of our fairy tales. GG is the same. And we are seeing a bit of a fight now as benched heroes did chase away Odds and presenting being the one trying to take those kills away from them. Now again clashing just on the outside edge of the zone here. Both teams technically are in. Pod are closer. Dante does retract back towards the compound. That'll be more to keep that car alive because we know the cars will need to stay alive for this vehicle rotate. Holding your hand down, they go a bit closer, but our Sauna's done well actually yesterday on that Vikendi, and they'll be working their way down. I just obviously Howl, I'm pretty sure it's 14. Maybe you guys in chat let me know. Maybe it's 14 or 13 kills. Howl put a big amount of points on, and this was the game that changed their position yesterday. So now being down and out, they're not going to be able to gain that opportunity. They wait and see what they're going to do here.
Yeah, but when the door closes for Howl on this map, it's open for Pod Samuel. It's open for GG, Vorpal Swords. All those teams could realistically make a move for top spot this time around. And while Pod Samuel, Mark, they've already picked up a point. They've got a kill already as Presente was able to third party on that early engagement. So they're getting a little bit closer. Solo, they're the team with the hot hand at this stage of today number 2. They've been in the top 4, 2 maps back to back. They got the win in the second, and on the third map, can they continue that streak and keep climbing up the leaderboard? Elsewhere, Mark, I'm looking at Acend. They're rotating in from that western side. They're deciding not to go through train station because they figure with the flight path we had that it could be a heavy traffic area. And with the information that they have, this is the right call. Again, as a viewer, we can look at the map and say, oh, well, why are they rotating there whenever this area of the map's completely free? These players, they don't know that. They can only go by what they know from drop spots, what they know about the flight path, what they know about the circle, and what they can read from the kill feed. And Ascend are making the decision to rotate from the west because, based on all the information they have, they feel that this is their best path to victory.
You mentioned about Luminosity. For me, Ascend is that team in the mirror. They stack their way up when it comes down to Vikendi. Done well again yesterday. Expect again well. I feel like I just jinxed him by saying, oh my god, Mark, I'm going to get told off after this one. But
Kowo wants to know your location.
Yeah, he is leading that charge. Nice scout coming towards the compound and does see the drops that might make a decision of where they go, but drops will draw in teams as well because it's not just a single drop here on Vikendi. You do get the abyss of multiple, and actually they do land up in the town, so there's a lot of cover for these drops, and you can get some of them, maybe not all, but maybe the one that is worth getting is grabbable on top of the roof. AWM, Gilly Suit, Zone No, she's further afield, down again, back-to-back days into southeast corner.
Yeah, look at Navi, right? That zone shifts. They had a 2-2 split. They're on the move straight away. Defix and Hakatori are moving in. Page is sending it right towards where Navi are playing too, because that hill that you see Fairest on is a very good spot, and these two players could be on for a collision course as Page makes his way up the hill. Fairest gets out of his vehicle because he knows that this could be a sitting duck situation. He's got a suppressor as well, so he can't even use that big dog bark energy. Does manage to do 17 damage onto Page. He will fall back. I love these little cars, Mark, but the big problem is they don't take a lot of damage, and either does Page when he gets hit in the head like that. Page will fall. Navi will pick up another point for themselves as they continue to try to climb here on day 2. And this is exactly what Alreen and the rest of the Navi roster will want to do. They want to dominate. They've picked up a young roster with a lot of talent. They let go of players who've gone to GG, who speak of the devil. You'll see them pick up potentially a point here as well on the Sampty. Again, these are rosters with a lot to prove. Fairest will go onto the seat swap. Nixie does a little bit of damage onto Fairest, gets in behind the tree, but Hakatori will find a knock on the Quizzy. Does a lot of damage on the other side. Fairest gets Nixie down to 1 HP and a dream, and Nixie will get knocked and flushed as third party coming through question mark are in the position. Navi are going to lose a couple of players here as well, as Alia and Levante will wipe out Saunabois, and Navi, oh my god, stop moving. You
Hero.
But is the smoke going to give him enough cover? Yeah, there we go. Finally blooms their way, Mark.
Question mark, just need to put one more shot through the smoke on the location they were, but no, yeah, that smoke ballooned really well. We saw yesterday and actually the day before on scrims, Navi playing very, very white. They got caught in one of the games. I like that they've adapted day number 2 though, Gibson. We see more of a 2-2 split. They're very reactive as well to any teams pushing their way. They're kind of like spring, they're poised to pounce if any kind of collapse comes towards him. They go, hey, do you know what? We can't do these wide splits. Let's get to a 2-2 or let's collapse all the way to a 4. They move towards that sort of 4. They dealt with the damage not just once but twice. Then they move back to go take the information. Information is being harvested by Navi at the moment as they have so much intel, and arguably they have one of the high points now in a centralist position.
Yeah.
Looks like we are going to get a fight though on the south side as Acend. They work their way down. Initial shots do come over, but they are still pushing ahead here as SSG in the bunker. There goes one. Potential drive-by does pick him up. Go down to 1 though as Roth lays down waste, but he's going to continue coming through as our team Acend say no. Kilikai. Oh, Koho runs him over as well. He's only got 1 player in his Blizzard and he's really far away. Koho trying to find out where he is. He's 1 shot and oh, he's going down. Eventually Acend will take 13th place. I did jinx him. I'm going to be in a lot of trouble. Koho with a huge play though with the car. SSG can have the opportunity now to get the reses back on.
Oh, Cole almost with a god play, but the Bizzler don't miss. Richie B manages to get the shots onto Koho. We'll get the reses onto Pixel. We'll get the res onto Roth, but with that zone shifting north, they need to go. You were speaking about the 2-2 split from Navi. I love these. They're like a pseudo 2-2 split, right? You're 2-2, but you're so close together that 2-2 within 10 seconds on the move becomes a 4-man. Like, I love this because you're getting a lot of information, you're spreading out, but you're not necessarily taking a massive risk as well. It's a smart play. Question mark are doing the exact same in the compound they have center zone. It's a 2-2, but they're very close together. They can collapse if one side of these compounds get crashed very, very quickly. And this compound is a very good defensive compound, right? Because if a team wants to push it, they've got to come up over the lip of these hills and into that low ground. So really, they have a lot of time to get shots off on the teams that want to crash their position. They've also got Navi on the hill close by, and Navi are essentially their wingmen. You know, they're on that hill to the south. They're going to protect them from that side of the zone because they can't get shots onto them. And you've got that gentleman's agreement. Solo, the hot hand as things stand, they're going to play on the hill here on the north side of the zone, essentially putting Levante by himself for the members of Gaimin Gladiators. I just love the way this map is playing out.
It is descending its way down. I like that we've got a lot of high ground. I like that we've got these sort of low ground peaks as well, and it's sort of sprinkled of a couple of compounds. Like key one though, question mark is being held, and you're so right. If they want to collapse, they can. They have the capabilities. If someone wants to crash into them, it can be very dangerous as well, because as these teams will work their way in, it does mean that they are going to get exposed to a lot more teams though on the outside edge. Strong T, welcome to Vikendi. You now in phase number 3. So let's see what they can do as they do go for that E-pick in towards the town. NAVI are here with a 2, but Sosten and Diffix a little bit further afield. Hakatori does look over the edge towards them, but he's very much focused now with a kind of one-on-one engagement with that question mark team.
Yeah, Presenti, your current most dangerous man in the lobby, has been taken down as Vorpal Swords. Second place in the last map, moved them up into third. They get another point on the board in their quest to catch Howl, who have now left themselves as sitting ducks as they've got no points in this map. Rocks from Pod Samulet will move alongside Pin. They're making their way down towards the town, and again, with the information at hand, this is a smart decision for them as far as keeping alive. But Mark, I think they've been heard, and Strong Team might want to push this position and hold their ground very quickly and evict them.
Yeah, I think the argument is, though, on the other side is that they don't know Strong T are here, so Pod will try and farm as much information as possible. Might see Navi taking a side swipe at them, but Strong T need to move forward. Now, they either wait for maybe Pod to make a mistake and push their way, or again, maybe just go full aggressive mode. On the other side of the zone, though, SSG under fire now. Baku is under the pressure, though. Let's take some shots. Blizzard is down to a one-shot, but Roth straight here with the nade in the right direction towards Vorpal Swords. They are collapsing, though. They are currently on a 3-1 split. It's PWD. I think it's going to be scouting for some information in, but there's some strong shots back, and Roth goes down.
Oh, Hebako, he's so good whenever he gets the high ground like this. We've seen it before. We'll see it again. Bizzler will spray back as Richie B tries to do some damage, but Rocks from Pod Samulet is hitting them from behind, so they're forced to smoke behind and focus on the front. Pixel pretty close by, takes a lot of damage as Roth will fall. There's just 2 members of SSG left standing, and well, it could become 0 very, very quickly, because Vorpal Swords will want to deal with them pretty quickly.
We are seeing that Strong T are making the push forward, though. Looks like Pod, who were very focused on the side swipe for these teams here, they're getting picked a little bit now. Pixel got the meds back on. They're focusing their attention now to try and deal, but the smoke is starting to go. Looks like a call back to the car, maybe get a smoke and call quits to this now fight, but they're going to get away from the gun. Lucky enough, as I said, for them, the Pod team are not focusing their way. Fate, we know what he can do if he's got that shotgun in tow, but not now. M4 and Mini, see if he can pick apart the 2-man Pod.
Oh, Fate. We saw Fate do big things with the DBS a little bit earlier, but never mind the DBS. It's the Diffix, the DIFX that's going to take him out of this lobby. Pixel's wrapped all the way around Vorpal Swords here as well, and he's going to be made pay by Navi for doing so. You've got Mel coming under fire from some bears, so he's able to kill them as Gaimin Gladiators, and will continue to try to work against Navi. Question mark, though, Mark. Really loving that zone shift, as are Solo. And this is what I mean about Solo. They have days where their macro play is just so good, and they find themselves, because of some decisions they made, center of the zone, phase 4, with some high ground. They could potentially be in for another good game if they play their cards right. Oh no, Extends, what have you done?
No, and it's just on the outside edge of zone, and the snowstorm is coming. I might give him some cover. It's going the other way, so they should be able to get away from it, or they can't get away from that blue zone as that is still working its way in. Back to the fight, though, in town. Strong T do go down as my camera gets flicked straight back. Pod stores are 2. They are in. They know and aware that Navi are here, because we saw Diffix, though, with the kill. It looks like GG might have lost Uber. They're in the sort of top section. Phase number 4, 11 teams, 37 players left alive. Neighbor, let's pick up who I think he's looking at. He's a player there. Alia doesn't take the shots, unable to claim the victory. Vorpal Sword, though, will take it, and they're going to say goodbye towards Orgless now.
Vorpal Swords making a big push over the last couple of maps for that top spot. They've got lots of kills on the board here already. They're up onto 7 as down go SSG. We're one team away now from being back in the placement points. But Vorpal Swords and Solo, we got a little bit of a teaser of this fight at the end of the last map because well, Vorpal Swords tried to take the handout out. Solo made a big play and got 1 kill out of it. But what can Vorpal Swords do now? Well, Razor, he is going to just send a laser through the head of Tokyo Flexmark, and that could be the signal to get the rest of the team a little bit closer to this gunfight.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a side hit for them. You're right, Vorpal Sword energy today is just push forward, and it works for them. We know these players, we know these names, and it's just a combination that's clearly working. So I don't need to find any solution to that combo as they both sit inside the zone, but Levante is coming right up behind Solo here. He's got enough U2 in his back pocket to be a one-man army. It just depends if he can get close enough that smoke gives away the opportunity. Here comes the first nade. I think he's seen the heads though, but Tokyo Flex is on the agenda. Nade will bounce off. There we go. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Here comes the second one as he's looking for the right in. He gets caught slightly and has to disengage, and Solo trying to stop any kind of opportunity here for GG. The team's got to collapse on him and provide some kind of pressure.
Yeah, Pod Samulet are going to get wiped out as Vorpal Swords pick up another kill. Defex will get 1. Fairy Tail will get eliminated in 8th place. As now we're going to get into the real placement points. Every team that falls is an extra point. Solo obliterated at the heavy hand of Hibako, who wipes them out. Gaimin Gladiators now on to 4 kills. And Vorpal Swords surely now looking at that, making that top spot their own. Defex from NAVI takes down Lou from Twisted Minds as these two behemoths of our teams go head to head on the south side of the zone. Everybody knows the NAVI name, but they might not know the players playing for the roster at the minute. But tell you what, we all know Twisted Minds, and down goes Petulans as the young guns of NAVI start taking apart the old dogs of Twisted Minds, the dogs that know every inch of every map. But as you can see, these young guns putting in the work.
How can you not remember that song? I love it, mate. Just get it up live. we get a camera on Gibson doing the Cha-Cha slides. Example, peaks up, and Diffix says, good night. Twisted Minds will take 6th place now, 5 teams. We saw this yesterday, very aggressive start. Look at that push, though. Bench the heroes having to try and deal with GG, the explosion of the cars, and GG getting picked apart slightly, very, very wide. Levante is in now on the outside, having to sort of crash his way through the benched heroes. They might be benched, but they're not down and out just yet. Vorpal Swords, though, are the only real team with a 4 strong that remain in the zone. Phase 5, I said, 18 players left alive, 22 on the clock as we come from phase number 6.
And here come question mark towards NAVI now. Spyro with 1 good nade could really open the door, but I think they're very short. They're good nades based on what they thought. They thought the players were in the smoke. They hit the smoke perfectly. But NAVI had fallen back just a little bit. So said, does a teeny tiny bit of damage to Phil first, who will repay the favor, doing 32 damage back the other way as they will peek their heads over the ridge line. But mark in about 2 seconds time, that blue zone is going to become the enemy, and looks like NAVI, I love it, so said, uses the car for cover, hops on in, and I think NAVI have made a very mature decision with the blue zone closing. Fall back, get inside the zone, and wait for question mark to make the same move. Great decision making from NAVI.
I love it. I feel like Diffix left and Sauce like, wait, come back. I need a lift, mate. But yeah, use the car. It has given question marks kind of a firing line to look down into the sort of this hole, but you can't stay there for long. The zone is coming in. It's phase number 6. We know this really hits, and it hits really, really hard. So question mark again, due to Navi's, I suppose, really well executed plan, forces them to go back the other way because they cannot follow in. Deadrock though does go down from GG. He's lurking on the edge of question mark, and question mark I don't think have the intel to see benched heroes continuing to push their way in. Question mark though, we know they can react really quickly, and benched heroes, they've got to get one of their boys back up as well.
Yeah, benched heroes will try get everybody over to go for that res, and with question mark pretty close by, they need to do it, and they need to do it fast, because there's a doozy caught with a nade in his hand, and that's an easy one for Leosh, as Besto's the next target. Besto will see Spyro fall. Besto almost catching them out with a rollover, but question mark being torn asunder here by the benched heroes. Phil first will find a knockback the other way, but he's seen all his teammates fall, and Gaimin Gladiators now, they're going to third party Alia with the nade on to get rocks, and Phil first really needs a little bit of help, and it ain't going to come. Down go question mark, and surely GG will be able to take benched heroes down with them.
What a third party, number one. Question mark, that don't take anything away from guys. They just didn't have the intel. They would come up the compound, they pushed their way through, they used the information they had, they saw the smokes, they got the U2 into the smokes. It gave Navi the understanding, oh, we're being pushed. A little bit of a tit for tat, went backwards and forwards. Navi, as Gibson said, made a very, very high IQ play. He was like, do you know what, we can't stay fine here. We need to get ourselves in towards zone. And now look at the cover that they've got. 4 teams remain. Bench Heroes down to a 1. Vorpal Sword have 4. Navi with 4. And GG down for a 2 here. But they've got a 2v1. Bench Heroes are going to try and take the side hit. Monte and Narnia are going to try and put extends down. Let's see what we can do. See if we can get out of it. It's a very difficult spot, but both these teams are not in there.
Yeah, they're just trying to blow up the car now. As you can see, it erupts into flame. Defects will take down one. The car flip almost wiping out extends. He tries to get into the blue, but Alia says no, and it's a 4v4v2. Vorpal Swords will sustain a knock at the hands of Navi, who are up to 13 kills now, as they're putting together a very good game. Vorpal Swords, when they get the res, will have 4 players back on the leaderboard as well. They're on 13 kills, Mark. So you have big movers and shakers this time.
Yeah, it is a big... Navi looked good on Vikendi as well yesterday, so maybe the snowy map is the teal freeze that Navi wants. Vorpal Sword, it kills big games back to back. Unfortunately for them, they've been unable to keep the gear as tight as I think they'd like. There's a lot of them. It comes downside of continuing to push forward. That W key surely is going to be broken for most of these players after this tournament. And with no lids, Alia pops up and says goodbye. Navi be looking at the kill feed, maybe thinking about how can we make this an opportunity for us. We've heard where the shots are. We are holding out at the bottom. You can see him having a look round. I think Navi are concocting a plan to try and take a chicken dinner here.
All Navi got to do is wait, right? It's a 4. They know it's a 4v4v2. They know that Gaimin Gladiators are towards their west. They know that they're going to probably push towards Vorpal Swords after getting that knock. So just wait. Bide your time, pick up the free kills, because these players are going to destroy the tertiary utility. Helmets and vests will be blown apart. There'll be no utility worth even speaking about. Levante is going to move the car to try to get some cover. One shot with that Dragunov. That's all he needs to land towards Nabat. And Nabat, knowing the danger that that has, will just keep moving, bobbing and weaving, and picking at different spots. And you look, Navi are in no rush whatsoever to make a play, and nor should they be.
No, it's the right plan. It is the right plan. They're looking around. They're executing what they need to do. Looking off towards that east-hand side. Making sure no one's coming in from behind them. Make sure there's no solo. They're just listening to the shots, working out how many remain. GG, got to push forward. Ala Ugly is now in. Vorpal Sword, they are trying to deal with this as quickly. And Navi want nothing to do with it just yet. They know if they come over this mound, they are going to be overcommitting. And that will maybe give our Vorpal Sword team a bit of an opportunity. GG after punishing our bench heroes. Now our fate the same. Car explodes its way out towards blue. That's not going to help. I don't believe they've even got the smokes in the back pocket. They haven't. This is going to be a very hard push for now to come in. 7 kills, 3rd place. I'll take it.
Oh yeah, you look, 7 kills, 3rd place. You definitely would. One thing they don't want is for Navi to be the team to take them down, because again, these players have a lot to prove. Levante looking over the other side. See if maybe he can find a... I love it. Get to the bush. Get to the bush. Get to the bush. And he does.
He's in. And he's got his shield up. He's safe. He's got extra 10 HP from the bush. We know it provides the cover. GG does get the knock. But again, they are down on gear. So actually for Navi, sit, wait. Gibson said it. And all they're doing is damaging Vorpal Sword. They're damaging that 4 versus 4 fight and putting them on the back burner.
Yeah, there's PWD getting the knock on to Levante, though, and this nade, he's going to go for the res, but that nade will say should say goodnight. No, it bounces just a fraction too far. The molly, the flames spit, Alia double shields down, another molly behind him, another nade. Vorpal Swords are down, they are out, and now NAVI will start creeping their way forward to Vorpal Swords. Either way, one of these two teams is going to have a chicken dinner and a half. They're not getting a chicken dinner, Mark. They're getting chicken dinner and dessert with the points that they have.
Mate, Fix has got 8 kills. He's nearly got a chicken dinner himself. He's a one-man Nando's army. It's going to go down is a 2 versus 2 fights on either side. We hope to see, but at the moment, Vorpal Sword do push forward. It has gone down towards the dots here. You can see these teams itching. They're going to find absolutely nothing there, but they were in rags. But a little bit more ammo, potentially, and maybe the lids that were duct taped together is more than what Vorpal Sword had. 15 kills here. They've got one ridgeline. NAVI, I don't think, have the intel that their ridge is clear, and Vorpal Sword have lined up. They are staying tight. They'll try and work their way down. This might come down to the first knock, and it might also come down to who has the most util in their back pocket.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity for NAVI to get into that fight for top spot. Vorpal Swords currently sitting in top spot with their point tally this map around. And, you know, Hackatory's like, if you're going to use smoke to cover yourself, I'm going to use smoke to take that ground. That nade's beautiful from Hackatory as he manages to find Paydirt with one. Another nade tossed towards the side. Defix will take down his own teammate. Hackatory will take down another one. It's a 2 versus 1. Make it a 2 versus none. NAVI get a 17 kill chicken dinner, 27 points. That will rocket them up the leaderboard as well. But that is exactly what Allreen would have wanted from these young gunners, and they played that map very well from start to finish. Great macro led to good micro numbers.
17 kills. They got the damage. They got the assist. Hey, let's claim them up. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Team NAVI, they've had a lot of love in chat. They actually now put game number 3 underneath their belt. Good game, actually, Gibson. I do really like Vikendi. I do like these single maps. I do want to see the Vikendis and Tagos become a kind of, used to have 2 Vikendis and 2 Tagos, but for now, it's one map opportunities to put some big points on the board. We saw it yesterday, massive, massive kills. And again, we see it again today. 2 teams rocking in some big numbers from a solo map, basically.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get it again on Tago. It's, again, these teams, they usually, even in scrims, only get to play this map once, once a night. So they're not going to know it as well as the other 2, the big 2. So I think Tago will be much more of the same, Mark. We're just after the halfway point of the night. We're just past the halfway point in the tournament. And we're seeing a Howl on the decline. And NAVI and Vorpal Swords, well, their stars are rising.
Yeah, they are rising. GG's. Oh, had a better game. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, hopefully that leaderboard will be updated for us again. We will move, as Gibson said, in towards that wonderful Tago. For now, see you guys in a few.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more.
broke the mold.
Take me out to the place I wanna be. Press like fire, all the scars in me. Didn't know why I was with.
Yeah.
Didn't know why I was with.
It's like I'm chilling in the Matrix, yeah. No neon, but there's neon light shining on the people when it's lighting up their faces, yeah. I guess I see you in my spaceship. Beam me up, I've had enough of humans. I don't even come from extraterrestrial. I've been someone died in stratosphere. Guess they fear what they don't understand. I've had enough of this land, so take me up, take me up. I said just take me up, take me up. If it comes to me and you just trust me, I don't give a fuck. I will smash you into smithereens like I should turn to dust.
I'm what you made, all the pressure's what you say. Didn't know why I was with. Didn't know why I was with. Just making me cry. Didn't know why I was with. Didn't know why I was with. Silence is mine. Silence is mine. Just making me cry. Didn't know why I was with. Didn't know why I was with. Silence is mine.
Hey, welcome back everyone towards Unmarked Power, and this is the amazing Marked Power cast, but we are Gibson cast is the one you need to follow right now. I'll make sure you get something in chat, roughly about 25 minutes time, Gibson, because we're on a bit of delay. The delay is not set by us, unfortunately, guys. It is set by the organization, but let's have a quick look what happened after the leaderboard, Gibson. We don't have a long, because we are getting ready for the next game.
Yep. With the leaderboard, with Vorpal Swords taking the lead on 91 and NAVI rocketing up to second. But Mark, the question is, will Howl continue the free fall, or will they be able to climb once more? Because them and Pod Samuel, they were your top two, and they find themselves now in third and fourth, and Gaimin Gladiators are not too far away.
Gaimin Gladiators still holding on to fifth, though. I think that game was a changing point for them. I think first 1 and 2 was a bit of a write-off. Let's see if they can continue that shift forward, as they do get held a little bit of a gap now between them and Fairy Tale. It is going to be our game number 4 this evening, and as we mentioned, we are going to be going to Tago. Now, as much as I thought Tago was quite, arguably, it was very aggressive yesterday. So let's sit back, let's relax. Here we go.
And we enter the second half of the day and the second half of the tournament here on Tago, with a flight path going from about 3 o'clock up towards, from 9 o'clock up towards 2, west to east, right across the center of the map, Mark. And this is, again, exactly or pretty close to the type of flight path that most players will be happy with.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you, we're not going to be hopeful, but I'm not hopeful for a clean Acend and NAVI drop. NAVI coming off a win. They will be looking for the victory here. Acend actually held out last time, but it's always scrappy when you fight off the rip. Rest of the playing path is done. Can't see too many. We are getting back to back. Kilikai first to go down. Ferris able to find the SKS. It's Chris held in this location last time. Actually put down 2. So interesting to see what they can do. NAVI got the first knock last time. Oh, they get the second. Surely NAVI going to look for the collapse, but no, it's Chris. Loves a bit of Tago, and he put a worldie of a nade down.
Yeah, that's a great nade. He's got the SKS as well, which some players have said is essentially like a shotgun in the early stages, because you can use it up close and personal. Hakatori will knock Braxco, though, which leaves Chris all by himself. The Panzer's being brought out, and it's missed on the other side, and that gives Chris the opportunity to get a knock, Mark. But NAVI, nice, clean gunfight over Acend. They'll get 4 players back up. But now Orgless are in a battle with Gaimin Gladiators as well. You've got Melman down, Levante and Uba still alive, though. Let's see if Owner is able to get an angle. He's the solo player pre-firing around one corner, peeking the other. The res is there if he wants to go for it, but he decides not to. He will lose the gunfight, and he is going to fall alongside Orgless. You know what? I said the res was there. I don't think it was. He tried to make a play. It didn't quite work out. He did the right thing, but it didn't go the right way. And down go Orgless, Mark. 2 minutes and 20 seconds gone, and we've already lost 2 teams on Tago.
I was ready for it today, exactly the same as yesterday. Back-to-back fighting in the same location. So looks like both of these teams, or 4 of these teams, not giving up the drop zone spots at the moment. Don't forget, it is a prize pool, it's not a scrim. There is money on the line. So I also said yesterday, I was talking about this, it's the beginning of the season. Well, actually, pre-season, should we say, actually, arguably, because we're still waiting for that roadmap just to sort of drop. But there is mileage, should we say, in fighting for spots still at the moment, because when we go later down the roadmap, there's bigger events, maybe these teams that have been losing these hot drops might think twice about going back there again.
Yeah, and some of these teams won't have to go through the gauntlets of opens for quals. Some of these teams will. So, you know, for example, we don't know who the global partner teams are going to be this year, but we saw last year NAVI didn't have to play in any of the qualifiers whatsoever, which meant that their drops were open for other teams to take through quals. Now, again, we don't know who those teams are going to be this year. We get the opinion that we'll find out pretty soon, because I think events are due to start happening pretty soon this year. But again, as you said, there's a really good chance to fight for these spots, and with the likes of NAVI being a newly formed roster, Acend have every right to drop on that spot and take on those gunfights with them. So I don't think Kowo is going to want his team to drop off anytime soon, and you know, it's not ideal for them. Kowo playing, great player, but we'll see what he can do. Pod Samulet, not ideal for Howl, that they're going to rock onto the Mads position. He's got no vehicles nearby. He's got shots coming in. Hello, Senpai, doing damage, but Pin will take him down. And you know, I think Howl, realizing this is Pod Samulet, need to fight. And that's what they're going to do. Code Marco is pushing up. Ruin's got an angle. You've got Quetpa peeking the other side too. Howl need to build momentum, and what better way it will be to fight back from this 3 versus 4.
It's difficult. They've got a bit of open terrain. Half a second, arguably. At the top there, we might have seen a knock, as they were down to a 1-shot. How in a 3? I think they need to rethink this now. I kind of get the logic. They need to make the push. It just needed, unfortunate, half a second more, or sooner, should we say, to get that knock on pod to kind of really leapfrog the damage that was done. For now, looks like they are going to go for a disengaged zone. Though does go for that split across the water. We know it likes to play the water, so expect a retraction back down. Strong team. They arguably are by the broken bridge. Not be a bad spot, as we will be looking over the top of them. Pod extending that way. Navi on the rotation. Fairy Tale the same. Looks like our question mark might be getting going, as they're on a bit of a 2-2 split. And SSG, they're blessed out on that east hand side. No one to contend them just yet. They've got loads of ground to take.
Yeah, and I love watching the rotates again, because with the flight path we have, with the information these teams have, Navi know this bridge is going to be pretty, you know, they're about 80-90% sure it's clear, and it is. SSG are thinking the exact same as they cross the most dangerous bridge in the map. You and I have the same opinion about that map. Perfectix has an opinion about Habako, and that is he wants to take him down, and he does. Kill confirmed. But yeah, this is that bridge that SSG are crossing down right now, Mark. Is there a single point in Tego that's got more players killed than that hill that you can see in the background right now? It seems that there's almost destiny that you get a fight of some shape or form there every single time we come here.
Yeah, it's a strength of a zone. It's a controlled area, which is great to see. Rofto does play up there. He has a little look over the top, gives his boys a bit of cover. We will now see him work his way on the same rotate. I think they're going for more of a strong north approach. I do fear it's going to come back like we saw with that Arango. I feel like it's going to retract back to the water. How much? Big question. More importantly, where to? But for now, it's a bit of a ranked drop. Not as hot drop as normal, but GG play in towards bench heroes. You mentioned before the information gained from doing the homework. I think GG will be fully understanding that they'll have a team located in this position.
Oh yeah, Palace is never going to be somewhere that's necessarily overly clear for too long. And you've got benched heroes and Gaimin Gladiators, and you look at the names, right? These 8 players, they're well known. Everyone knows them. Everyone has their opinions on these players. Most of them will be good. Levante taking over that ridge line, but benched heroes, they've got hiding. I love gunfights on the top of these temples when you're safe, because you can just peek your head up from any angle for a fraction of a second, and usually you won't get picked up.
Yeah, it's about that. Acend, so I like that he's being creative. He's not just re-peeking the same angle. He's moving backwards and forwards. Let's have a look now. Looking around like that normal, you know it. We've all been there. We've all been in that rank. You drop here. If you're the player that does the wrap round the rocks, that would have been you in the eye line of Levante. But no one really moving just round. Actually, arguably Lash has gone out towards the coast on the south. I don't know if he's been seen there. He does come back. He does pick up Fairy Tale. Now moving over and with some outstanding shots. Won't be enough to stop him, but it might be enough to tell him, hey, don't come and third party us. Go find a new location.
Yeah, you had to fire off those gunshots as well because you have to deter Fairy Tail from pushing. Artie is able to get close enough to Hello Senpai to send him to the next map with that Panzerfaust. So Pod Samulet, fresh off back of fighting Howl, will now see themselves fighting by the broken bridge. Pin rocks. What does Pin do here, Mark? Because he's a little bit pinned down.
He is. He might have just to try and wait. Can he get back? Most probably. He needs to do it quick, though. If more teams play that north side, it's just going to be exposed. Vorpal Sword find himself in a bit of trouble again. Yeah, get the kills. They don't get the chicken dinner, but they are getting punished. Howl working their way down. They find themselves in a bit of a 3-on-3 fight. First knock comes in for Howl. I'm not a fan of this location, especially if the zones come back this way. I just think you can get punished from both sides, and it looks like Howl is punishing from the rice field side. PWD has come on the off angle though, Dexter good shots, but doesn't get the connection needed. And Code Marco reminds us why he's on top of that kill leaderboard at the moment. He puts one down, trying to make the move. He goes down himself, should be able to tuck himself into a bit of cover. But the final player now for Vorpal Sword, launching the nade, following by that blue zone, looking to get that confirmed, done and dusted. There's how we need to grab and go if they want to keep Code Marco up.
Yeah, Vorpal Swords now all down to Razor. That blue zone nade's a pretty good one. Marco takes a lot of damage. Marco will fall. So it's a 2 versus 1 now as Razor tosses a nade that'll do a little bit of damage onto Quetpa, who has a med kit which will allow him to get full HP pretty quickly. Ruin will go on the front line to prevent Quetpa from getting pushed. Razor will fall back. Again, trying to keep cover between him and Howl so he can isolate these two individual players. Howl are on a move to deny that from happening. They pre-fire the corner. They line up nicely. Razor finds himself one. Stun grenade tossed. And he's low HP, so he knows he needs to win with a spray. And he does. Razor cuts them up. And Vorpal Swords, yes, you lose most of your team, but you get 3 more points to extend your lead at the top. And Howl continue to slide.
Oh, that is punishing for them. That was well done. Razor, well played. You mentioned it. He kept a distance between the two. He didn't have the numbers. He moves himself away. Good play from him. And actually, nice play. Smoke on the wall. Baited the guys into the shot, but then pushed out towards that rock. Good hold. Not a fan of the compound. Vorpal Sword will go further up, but big GG's. 3 versus 1, really.
Yeah, and you look at the way that Howl played that too. They were playing for the trade. They played close together. One person swung around the wall. The whole plan was, even if that first player fell, the second will be able to trade it back. But just because they got their information a little bit wrong, they ended up losing. SSG doing what you were speaking about a little bit earlier. They'll send one player up on the emergency pickup. Roth's going to just scout around. He'll parachute. Is there anybody nearby that we need to worry about? Molodoct. He doesn't need to worry about Blazor because he has just obliterated him on the bridge with that spray. That'll be the Woo picking up some kills as a couple more players will fall outside the lobby. Strong T not having the best possible day as they've been watered down time and time again in the early stages of games. Twisted Minds, they're going to play inside these paddy fields as they use the cover, and again, it's when you have an emergency pickup, you don't have vehicles, you got to make cover wherever you can find it. And look, Mark, at the amount of real estate that's free towards the northwest waiting to be taken. Of course, these players don't know that. We know that as a viewer. But if a player takes it, they'll be loving life. The same way Fairest is loving his life this last few maps. Levante will drop, and it's Sloy Jacket, though, that from Fairy Tail that's able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, rest of GG's will take into the town. I expected to hold here for too long, but it'll be giving them a bit of a break being down some numbers. Vorpal Sword will get a little bit of a blessing if they continue that rotation round. SSG, sorry, played it well. They took that north wrap. It plays to them. It doesn't go as far to the river as we expect. It does hold on to a little bit of it. We do see Pod holding that broken bridge in case anyone decides to come a little bit late over. The Woo works on the other side. Monodoc's showing us why picked up by the team. Putting the numbers on the board. A lot of space, lot of opportunity here, but that's mainly because we've only got 13 teams, 41 players. A really different game here this evening.
Yeah, the zone has a lot to say about it too, right? When it shifts north onto that northern island, whenever the flight path is a little bit more focused on the south, it means that teams that move early get rewarded. And SSG, the Woo, they moved so quickly to get into these positions, and now they're finding themselves getting the rewards. Question mark. Mark, let's be real, everybody in the PUBG community broke their hearts over what happened this roster, and it's going to be hard to motivate yourselves to go into another year. They've not necessarily had the best opening day, but let's be real, you look at the names on this team, especially with Spyro being there now as well, this roster has so much potential.
Yeah, 100%. I think he's a good pick for them. I think they are going to do well. Arguably, they always do well. I think the chat will be telling me off for that. Team, I always enjoy watching, enjoy casting. More importantly, I love cheering on. Looks like our bench hero showing us, like the early games, that if you put the pickup down at the right time, the zone will pop away. They will disengage. They had the high ground now. The zone shifts further back. Now it's still holding back onto that waterfront to keep going its way towards the south here. Pod, they're in a bad spot. I do worry a little bit if they remain here, especially as teams will work their way in. They will get punished eventually for being in this low ground.
Yeah, well, as you can see in that camera view right there, it's a lot of low ground. You've got the fields that you can kind of use for cover. You know, we've seen a lot of late games finish around the fields. Maybe not these ones, the ones that are a little bit closer towards the boys. Dante, he's got Sloy Jacket trapped inside of those containers, but you don't want to overpeak because Zub and Kron are pretty close by. And look, Mark, they've called in another emergency pickup as they get ready for the zone to close once more. This is just... No, never mind. That was just a delay. I think it was an observer bug.
No, I think what happens, it changed from the first update, I believe, to the recent, is that actually it stays until the helicopter's done. It threw me so many times, mate, because I keep thinking people are putting up more, but the line remains there. It's actually, when you get these late zones, when we've got 3 or 4 of them up, it's like, hold on, guys, I need to look through the lines, unfortunately. Oh, no. Oh, no. Raise up, cutting, literally hot knife through butter, sends it past. Benched heroes. If Dante doesn't have the look either, he's going to go straight towards him, isn't he? Oh, no, he turns. Taking some shots. That might be a left turn. Maybe pray for an opportunity. Maybe the rocks look good. I know if I was him, I'd be looking at the compounds on the left. But no, just enough time. There's some shots, and Vorpal Sword will find a little cubby hole to try and hide out and lay low for some period of time. Not near the placement points just yet. But he is anchored down. Surely they're not going to allow him to live that close for that long. And it might be a case of, can they get a nade? I don't know, actually. I don't think they can without benched heroes causing them some problems.
I think that was a case of if I fits, I sits for Razor. Anywhere he could get some spot to play. Will he get to the placement points? Not quite sure. Hakatori getting another point for NAVI as they're able to take down Melman again. Gaimin Gladiators and NAVI. That's going to be personal. Maybe more so for Gaimin Gladiators than NAVI, because those guys, they've got the opportunity of a lifetime to represent one of the biggest esports orgs in the world. Extends Laosh and the rest of the benched heroes. They'll move closer to Dante now as well. Pod Samala, you spoke about this position. Mark will get a good idea with this next zone shift to how that decision to stay there a little bit longer is going to pay off for them.
Yeah, hopefully the zone does keep retracting back that way. 5 seconds to go. On the outside, look, arguably phase 3, it does tick a little bit. If he's got the meds in his back pocket, he'll be okay. Zone shifts, and so we do see Fairy Tail store remain. They are just in, but there we go. Pod have lost that zone. SSG, they've called it really well. I know it's a bit of a dice roll going so far north. They go north, they get the drops, they've still got zone. Strong T, he's able to put his feet up and maybe have a cup of tea just in the middle of the zone. I can't imagine anyone crushing that just yet, but this is now where we're going to get that Tago edge fight. This is why I like this map. It kind of feels like the Sanhok, or a bigger version, an adult version of Sanhok. Eventually, at some point, especially around the sort of phase 4 area, it becomes a, do you crash the compound or you take edge play?
That is so true. But again, SSG, that decision to go north was spawned based on the zone that they got and the flight path they had. They knew that if they went north early, they could control it And that's exactly what's happened. Navi Perfectix will never get an easier kill with the P90 as that one, as Ferris drove right towards him. And now Navi will drive a little bit longer on the south side of this road, and they're going to head right into Solo, who will be the next team to take some pot shots onto Navi, who currently sit in second place. But they're trying to get to Diffex, who's got himself a nice little ridge line that he can play. Pixel, he's got the woo to deal with now. Diffex does take down Hicks, so they do trade shots back the other way. But can Pixel, with the Groza, destroy Ibiza? Ibby knows that he is here. Ibby steps up, takes a lot of damage, and Pixel is in every right to go for a repeat, but Molotov gets a double, a nade and a barrel spray, and SSG, 2 members are going to fall, and well, the best laid plans can turn around very quickly, and now SSG forced back towards this compound, and the Woo had no right to win that gunfight, but they did.
Disgusting. Ibby repeat. He just sort of stood up at the right time. He continued that looking forward. Page, not even at the time clocking. Page going down, not even being clocked that he's gone down. And it's like, hey, just so drawn into looking at Ibby. Actually, it was a downfall, and actually they might be able to pick up a kill, but no, it's not actually towards our strong T. It's towards bench hero. So dangerous play. Is the door closed? Definitely will be closing the door, not letting any giveaway. The door's already been blown off, so bench heroes might be looking to go forward. If they've got a blue zone nade, kind of arguably would just chuck it over there, right? Just a throwaway nade. Yes, you might waste it, but it's very dangerous if there is a player in there.
Yeah, it's the risk reward utility. I think at some point they will eventually try to clear that one out. Example from Twisted Minds, Lou has been knocked. Hopefully that res will come through, but no, Reliant from Solo with a dragon off will take down Perfectix as well. Lou's been flushed as Diffex, able to find that kill, running out in the open. Phil first, one more shot will do it, and there you go. It's Besto who wipes out all of Twisted Minds by himself. Zone shifts, goes back towards benched heroes. Strong T will fall as the molly was thrown by Leosh, and they free up that shack for themselves. But Mark, Pod Samulet, we spoke about them time and time again. They've snuck into the edge of the zone. They've got hard cover. Let's not rule them out at all, because they have a chance depending on what happens in front of them.
It's about what happens now. I'm going to rotate their way in. A few teams going to be arguing now for a location. So, got to try and cut an opportunity of which way and when do you go. On the other side, though, Navi pushed their way back, though. They moved their way in front of Twisted Minds. And now they are in front of the question mark here. Question mark go down and out, and there are 2 very quick kills put on the board. Diffix, Hakatori, they will say goodbye to our question mark team.
Down they fall. SSG, will they be the next team to follow them out the exit door? Well, to get into the zone is going to be a tough ask, and they're freewheeling it right towards Navi. Richie B cuts the engine, rolls up the hill. Do they know how close Diffex is? Yes, they do. Is that a Panzer in his pocket, or is he just happy to see Diffex? We'll find out pretty soon. Richie, here's the steps. Here's the engine starting. He's going to pop up, and he elects not to use the Panzer. He goes with the AUG. This time the Panzer comes out. Oh, no, too short.
No, actually, do you know what? He should have hit the Panzer first. Maybe it's because in the back pocket, Roth's coming with a Panzer as well. He wants to end it. I think they know exactly who's here. That should be a launch. It sends the car away, loses the cover, and Diffix goes down. When does Uber appear over the ridgeline? I think they know. Roth will end it, as it is a kill confirmed. He goes down. Navi looking to keep the numbers up. This is going to go down towards that zone. SSG, goodbye, and good night for Tego. 10th place for them. But they hit some heavy blows towards Navi as they now go down to 2-man strong. 12 kills on the board already.
And all that gunfight too will free up that entrance for Uber, because Navi will not expect Uber to sneak in behind them. They're up to 12 kills again, Mark, as they hit double digits in back-to-back games. Solo sneaking this way. Uber will have a decision to make very soon if players start falling around him. Does he take kills if he sees them and give away his position? or do you continue to sneak your way inside? Well, Hakatori, Reliant, beams him with the dragon off. Down he falls. So said will step up, and so said will follow him out the exit door. Navi will not go back to back. They do pick up a lot of points though, and I think they may have done enough to get top spot. Uba with 1 first aid left might be able to pick up some on these bodies, but I think Uba has just snuck his way into the zone, showing the experience he has to let all the players in front of him do the work to create a clear path.
It's like the Grim Reaper. Everywhere he goes, people are falling in front of him. And lucky enough, actually, Hakatori going down by solo, giving him a blessing to be able to pick up a few more meds. I think he's now spent what he had. Just the fight now is down the outside. Phase number 6, though, is coming back towards that sort of crossroad. Vorpal Sword, though, as Razor down in the corner. Pod still surviving. And now Saunabois hold the compound, the Woo at the top. They'll be looking to try and work their way in. They've been in a lot of action, but only 5 kills so far. It's all open terrain. There's a nice little ridge and a couple of rocks that you might want to pull up on, but it's very, very difficult. I think the car's going to be key here, and any deployable shields, it's going to be another one of those style endings. Oh, get in the plane. It's one of those style endings that we see it end just sort of on the north side of this compound where you have that ridge. But for a team like Woo, they can't go there just yet. They need to ensure that they stop any other team working their way first.
I love what Saunabois are doing here. Misa has the shield in front to give cover and a Panzer at the ready. Pod Samulet need to push into this compound. Vorpal Swords, who currently sit in 4th place, they need to do the exact same thing. They're all trying to play for the same little slice of real estate on the south side of the zone. All the smokes will give more information to all the players that there is somebody in this scenario, but Misa should be first contact, and when your first contact to Panzer, normally it doesn't go well for somebody.
Yeah, the smokes are being spent. It's a time of when you've got your Panzer in your back pocket, and whenever you've got it out, they now see it, and oh no! He doesn't step out far enough, Gibson. He goes down. Executed plan definitely went differently in his head, but he was subject to his own joke play. He's going to be down and out, though the Panzer we know can hit hard, but when he hits hard, the Saunabois are down for a free. Now, Pod to get into the compound, they've got an opportunity. Nixie does find Uber coming in late, though. Scav, yeah, opts not to take a Panzer this time, as he's just going to try and hold the angle. The Ace, we know at that distance is going to really cause some damage, but Pod have the opportunities now to stack up. Let's not forget, on Vorpal Sword, Razor is still alive. We are top 6, 17 players left, and they've been unfortunately bleeding players very early on. Lucky enough for them, able to get this late game.
I just still can't get over poor Misa. That was not what the doctor had prescribed. That was not the game plan. And this could have been so different. It would have been a 4 versus 2, but instead it's a 3 versus 3 inside this compound. The Woo, they're going to lose one to Dante, who sprays him down with the Groza. Nixie will fall. The nade will be tossed towards Ibi, and it does a little bit of damage. The car probably providing a lot of cover. That nade does even more, and he falls. The smoke grenade will plume, but is it too little too late? Is Quizzy able to get the res? Well, he's sprinting towards the transport. Mark, if he's going to make the decision to go for the res, he's got to do it. Yeah, no.
Yeah, he's got to go. I think he was looking for the knock. Look, I'll give him that. He's looking for that knock, and I think if they see a knock on the other side, they can go. But no one's looking at him. Smoke, potential block, get in that car, get rolling. Goes for a re-smoke on the other side. So that's telling me that he might try and make the play. I do like that he's trying to get the knock. He's trying to keep those heads in, and arguably those heads are tucked in at the moment.
Yeah, I think one shot, one good hit, and he would have been able to go, but Ibby is probably talking to him as well. You know, what are we going to do here? Do we stay and fight? Presenti wipes out Scav, and that, well, Mark, that's why he's not. That's why. Yeah. Ibby's going to crawl. I think the time is to come now. Presenti picks up another kill. Vorpal Swords are wiped out as well, as we see ourselves dropping to 5 teams left alive now. Solo pushing up against Pod Samulet. You've got Reliant. Rox didn't see him. I don't think Rox saw him. And he steps away, steps out the back, and Molodoct is holding them from this side.
Yeah, it's good hold. Look, Solo have moved in. They were a man down. They actually took in the car and moved further afield. And they now have this sort of rice field, this bank that they can retract back in. So Solo, they're just going to play blue. They just need to work in. arguably Pod on a very, very difficult spot. So they need to understand this and not over-commit on this one. Pod are going to try and come out their way. Nice smoke, denying of information, but it also works in the favour of Pod. I think Solo are trying to push him out towards the action of Wu. 4 teams remain. It's a 3 versus 3 versus 3 versus 2. One of our 2 is 1 DBNO, and I think that smoke, though, is smoking our Pod team out towards our Wu team, and Wu will fall now. 4th place for them. 3 teams now remain.
Yeah, but look at the damage that's been done to Pod Samulet as well. Reliance Blue Zone will get the knock on to Pin. The Blue Zone itself is pushing onto them as well, and I think Pod Samulet are going to be leaving the exit here. Q as well as Reliant ensures that Solo, for the 3rd time today, make it inside the top 4, and not only that, they're inside the top 2. Solo, this is the consistency that they don't show enough. It's a 3 versus 3. They're on the south side, and the benched heroes, Mark, they're having a pretty good tournament as well. They are really in with a chance of climbing the leaderboard if they can wipe out Solo.
Yeah, this is a chicken dinner that really makes a difference for both of these teams. Arguably, the game so far, one of the teams, yes, as much as you want those points on the board, the other one put some big kills on, and it's kind of that mid-table, if not higher. This is the first game we're getting for day number 2. That this will make such a big difference. 6 kills for Solo. When we go to the other side, only 3 for benched heroes that have been working their way. And Dante with the Groza and the MK. Clearly not a fan of sharing with the team. That's all I'm going to say. What else we got? We got Orgs. Come on, share one of them out.
Look, they've gone for the Iron Man approach. Make one player OP. The Rambo approach, it might work, but Hicks he's pretty OP with that P90 in his hand. Solo will find the knock. It's now a 3 versus 2, and there's no chance of a res. Reliant once more doing even more damage towards Extends as he wraps around, and Extends has got nothing but some hay bales to provide some cover. But I like this, right? Solo, not knowing where the last player for benched heroes is, are going to fall back towards each other. Don't overextend and give away a knock. Hicks will confirm that kill. You've got the numbers, you've got the position, you've got Extends trapped. Now it's just about waiting to locate that last benched heroes player, and once you deal with that, then you deal with Extends.
Extends has used his last bando. He's using an energy drink. That's all he's got, peeps. He's got nothing left. 3 versus 2. Dante, nice deployable shield, trying to stop Scooby, who wrapped in on the other side of him, using that ridge line really, really well. And that shield will be a bit of a peekaboo. I think he's waiting for the little edge play. Let's cook the nade. Hopefully he doesn't get knocked and dropped, though. Looks for the peekaboo, though, from Scooby-Doo, but he moves further in. Extends, though, refusing to give any angle. Scooby actually is maybe the one that could maybe pop over the top and get the knock, but he can't because Dante is keeping his boy alive. Don't forget, Extend hasn't got the meds, hasn't got the util, but there's one thing he's got, and that is a laser pinpoint Org. It's now a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they didn't want. Extends getting the kill. It's a 2v2, and Scooby spots out Dante, will spray but doesn't get the knock, but he eventually does. It's a 2 versus 1. Extends on 34 HP, and a dream wants to win this one for the benched heroes. The center point has been drawn. Neither of these teams with a presence in the middle, and Solo will sprint to the shield. Extends is gone. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Solo pick up 19 points, and that will put them up over 51. They should now be pushing that top 8, and this is what this team is capable of. But NAVI, Mark, I think they've done enough. I think they've taken that top spot away from Vorpal Swords.
Yeah, they have. Solo with the second chicken dinner, worth noting today. GG's, they've definitely come back with a day 2 with a different style of gameplay that is working for them. So they are continuing. But yeah, you're right. Solo will be, that's such a key win for them. That's going to really push them up that leaderboard. NAVI, 12 kills. Good placement as well, I believe. So they should take over that top spot now. But we are only over the halfway point when we come back. We are going now into those final 2 games, which are going to be a wrangle before we close off day number 2. So still more 2 opportunities, 2 chances for these teams to get back into it. For now, a quick break. We'll update the leaderboards. We'll see all you guys and girls in a few.
broke the mold.
Take me out to the place I wanna be. Present fire, all the scars in me. Didn't know why I was with.
Yeah.
Didn't know why I was with.
It's like I'm chilling in the Matrix, yeah. No neon, but there's neon light shining on the people when it's lighting up their faces, yeah. I guess I see you in my spaceship. Beam me up, I've had enough of humans. I don't even come from extraterrestrial. I've been summoned out of the stratosphere. Gone. Guess they fear what they don't understand. I've had enough of this land, so take me up, take me up. I said just take me up, take me up. If it comes to me and you just trust me, I don't give a fuck. I will smash you into smithereens like I should turn to dust.
I want you made all the precious words you say. Didn't know why I was with. Didn't know why I was with. Can't stand the tears, it's just making me cry. Didn't know why I was with. Didn't know why I was with. Leave me until my tears go dry. I can't stand the tears, it's just making me cry. Didn't know why I was with. Didn't know why I was with.
Fill 'em up another pound of blood. Then he throws the money on the bar. He never lets me keep the change. Fighting with the mirror is deranged.
And welcome back in, everyone. Gibson Cast, joined by Mark Poyer here for what has been a great tournament so far. Mark, we've done with the single maps for now, as Tego and Vikendi are out of the rotation for the remainder of the night. We've just got 2 trips to Miramar left. And how does that leaderboard look as we get prepared to jump?
Leaderboard, as we prepare to jump in the desert, you were right. It's a NAVI Conquer. Now on day number 2, they've stormed their way up and into that top spot. 100 points for them in there. We do have Vorpal Swords though dropping down. Pod though holding 3rd. We have Howl in 4th and GG Store unshakable when it comes down to that 5th spot. Bench Heroes though, despite going down on the 2nd, that was a good game for them. And Solo, again, climbing that table. So much more action in that mid-pack. A little bit of an extension between that right and left table, but not enough to warrant that we can write him off just yet. Let's get into it. It's going to be game number 5. And, as you mentioned, it is that cheeky Miramar. Here we go. It's game number 5 of 6 this evening as we go towards the sandy shores of Miramar. Nice straight path pretty much from that sort of east over to west, but it does favour the bottom half of the map. Not quite through the centre, but near enough. Picardo, we will soon go over. We started at the islands. I love a temptation that we might get an island. I very highly doubt it though.
Well, we've had one together before, and it was a bit nuts. I think it was it?
Easy.
I'll never forget, I think, Polish Power getting torn apart on the coastline, just trying to get as many points as they could because they knew there was not a chance of them making it to the island. But flight path like this, as you pointed out, a lot of teams who drop towards the south will be a lot happier with it because they'll be closer to their drop spots. I'm looking at the likes of, NAVI. Can they continue their good drop as they land inside of Impala? You look at Acend, they're dropping down towards Valley Del Mar. They can maybe, depending on where the zone pops, get prime position nice and early. But I'm going to ask you a question, right? We all know that Kowo is a great player, but he's known for being a coach and talent. Like, he, as an analyst and a caster, he's pretty good, and he's a very, very good coach. Like, him becoming Ascend's coach perfectly coincided with them becoming one of the best teams in Europe. Like, they took a massive leap whenever he became their coach. He played excellently in PNC for Germany. He's done really well for Acend whenever he has subbed in. But it's bound to be a little bit... I know he enjoys playing, but it's bound to be a little bit disheartening for him, right? When he can't get his full roster out, because he wants to coach at the end of the day. He wants to coach a team to be the best team in Europe. And whenever you're playing, it can be a little... it's difficult to do that.
Yeah, it's difficult for medical reasons. That 4-player out, and obviously the advantage that Ascend have is they have the opportunity to bring someone like Kowo in. The major positive though, if you're coach playing, you're able to make those big decisions quite quickly and adapt, we say, to what's unfolding. The adapt though needs to happen now, as it does recall back very much early flight path. Doesn't give us any temptation for an island, but we do see Losty Owns yet again in Cantera. We know it's a raft bed for Howl and teams pushing in from GG off that minus area. Howl have conquered here, but so far this evening, I'd arguably say they're not doing the best compared to day number 1. So, as they like this, Howl has got a big decision to make, and hopefully we'll see them make it a very wise one to say in a compound. Deadrocks though will get solo, and there goes our first kill on the board for match number 5.
Yeah, Hicks fallen. That's not what you want on a map like Miramar, is to go down in the first couple of minutes, because then you have to sit and wait to play the next time around. Page could be potentially the next one to fall, as he goes very close to Ruin, but he'll use the terrain to wrap around and get himself into a better position as he heads in towards... Oh my god, Page wants this. Page knows it's a solo, and you know what? I love it. I'm all for it. And this is not what Howl need, is for a player like Paige that he wants to ego peak this.
I think a part of that, he's slowing down. I think it's like, how far are you guys? I think the call was, we're a bit far, but we can get to you. I like that Paige is also looking up behind. We know IQ player anyway is huge for Paige. So I think he pulled up with the expectation that someone might be peeking out of Cantera, because that's what Howl used to loot, but not quite there just yet. He does move himself back into cover, but it isn't Howl that's coming from behind now, and it's not the backup from his boys. It's actually GG going to be overlooking this one.
Yeah, GG, of course. They've kind of just been living in 5th all day, and they're going to maybe want to climb that table a little bit as we click further on in towards the night. There was another question I wanted to ask you earlier before that gunfight happened where Gedrox picked up the kill, and as the Woo look over it was, do you think that Kowo is the best coach to have if they have to play? Like, would you say mechanically he's the best coach in global PUBG?
Oh, that's a hard question to answer because I love all the coaches. I think there's more data from him playing as a coach / player. So you would argue that he has the most experience relevant now. But you got, even across the NA, Raf, there are strong coaches that are still able to play and able to step in. And the argument, though, has any of them ever played in PNC and represented their country? I don't believe so.
No. So I think Kowo edges it for now. Yes. But yeah, we love the guy. The Woo, they love the north side of Los Leones right now, as it's pretty close to center of the zone. Hakatori, he's off on a scouting mission here for Navi as well as he holds this compound. You look at the 2-1-1 split they have. Again, it's that pseudo split where you are split, yes, but within a matter of seconds, you could all be close together again very quickly. And I prefer this split to the greedy splits. You know, in the past, you and I have casted games where you would have 2 players where you see Diffex and Fairest, and you would have the other 2 players up towards Minas or by the jungle compound. This split here is a much, I can't say better because, again, it depends on the way the team plays, but with my preference, that's my preference of split.
Yeah. Look, you mentioned it. The speed in which Navi can clap is insane. I love it. They take a bit of pressure. They understand. And sometimes it's a call like, do you know what? I can take the fight, guys. I can leave me as a 1. But if there's under pressure in any way, shape, or form, they collapse so quickly, and it works out for them. But Tordenson, the man of the mountains, the man of Miramar, finds himself sneaking his way back in towards his compound. These are their drop zones. They know it. And our Saunabois, they'll also know that Twisted Minds would have been here. So I don't think you'd be surprised that actually there was no loot remaining. But they need to be cautious now. Scaffold gets to have a little look over the top. I think he's more scouring forward as he does get back into his vehicle and off he goes. So no intention just yet. But back to your Navi point, look at this position. Likelihood it's going to come back that way is quite high. I like the triangle hit they've got as well. They kind of hold that strength compound, but they also have that opportunity if it goes south. And look at this, we are seeing Hakatori maybe getting collapsed on now, and this is going to be a big call. They are going to have to weigh up whether where Diffix and Ferrist is more important than where Hakatori is holding at the moment.
Yeah, no, Hakatori's in a bit of bother because SSG, as you said, have cut off the fact that he cannot rotate back, and I think Navi are going to say, you know what, just see if you can get a couple of kills. They're not going to, unless Hakatori gets a knock or 2, Navi are not pushing this one. They're leaving Hakatori to fight this one out by himself. Hakatori has this in his repertoire of skills, though, the ability to win 1 versus X's. So let's see if he's able to do so. Nade will get prepped. Paige is coming under some fire from the rest of Navi as they put pressure on from far away. That nade will be thrown underhand, but again, when you're blind, you got to be careful that you don't misthrow one of these nades. And if Hakatori needs, right, he can step across that little tarpaulin, that roof, and peek in through the window, right? He can do that. He's not just limited to playing on the rock, but that's a good nade from Paige, doing a lot of damage to Hakatori. The smoke has been thrown out as well. You can tell that SSG, they don't know who this player plays for, but you can tell they're respecting the player. They're not rushing or giving them away anything for free.
No, and I think that tarpaulin also provides that cover, especially from that south side. Pixel can't get an angle on top of him. Does pop the money through. We'll bust through the door though, and there goes the pickup. Can hear the sound cue. Now they know who they're fighting. That knock has happened. Will NAVI go for a collapse? Doesn't know what the call is just yet. The key is stored in that compound. This is what I was talking about. Sometimes we see this team and it's like, hey, I'm happy to fight. You just guys keeping me covered. Stop them playing over and around on me. And Hakatori kind of being left to his own devices. That, do you know what? I can try and fight my way out of this one. Let's go for that kind of caution flash down. Does have a play on the right, sees the gun first, goes for the fire, comes back out, knows he's got no cover from the boys, so he runs back out and just missing the guys coming down. There's the call. NAVI have collapsed in. They've given up their compound. 56 seconds to go. They want to win this fight and they want to end it quick.
Hakatori made that decision though by playing the solo so well. Roth now is going to get picked up by Fairest as Hakatori holds this one down. That's what I meant. Once they got a knock and they knew that it wasn't resible, that is when NAVI were going to collapse and help Hakatori. That's when it became worth it. Really, really got to credit Hakatori for just being patient. And SSG, they showed a lot of respect, and that respect has not been shown back. Pixel, Page, and the Richie B are now surrounded by NAVI, who again will not try to make any silly mistakes here. They'll not want to lose anyone at all. They want to keep everybody up.
Yep, they're going to now chip away at it. Again, you can see him farming for information at the single. They didn't quite catch out. Hakatori having an idea how taking the compound away from NAVI. So that's, again, the reason why they didn't give up that area as quick. The sound cues, the blue Z needs to go through. Pixel does get one, but then we see him. There goes through. Diffix with a 2. Sauce with 1, and Hakatori puts 1 on the board as well.
And again, they get the res. They keep all 4 players up. You've lost the compound, but Mark, with the zone shifting the way it is, you know what? That's not a big problem.
No, it's not a problem for them, but it might be a problem if we hit loss. The frames will go. Pods, they're going to take the opportunity now while the zone is early. They will get the rotation round, avoiding the compound, using the hills and crevices where they can. Howl did backfill NAVI, so they did commit away from that one, but that zone is out, so they're on the move as well. GG trying to get in front now of these cars rotating in. NAVI taking some shots at Pod, but Melman trying to look for some hits himself. Nothing connecting just yet as he whistles through the tree. T, they're going to land up in Los Leones. The Woo, this is their drop spot here. Orgless also arrive. A lot more teams now descending into the city. Looks like Twisted Minds also coming this way. At the end of the road seems to be at Los Leones. But wait and see if it is going to be. But for now, we've got to try and deal with the team that lands here. And that's the Woo. Monodoct, he's obviously EC. I don't quite know exactly where he is. He might be trying to get back in. He's in zone. I think they're going to try and stand firm here. He is moving as well, so he should be back very shortly.
Hopefully so. Quizzy picked up that kill though, so for Strong T, it's really not gone the way that they would want it to go. They've not had a good day too, but you never know. One good game can turn it all around. Oh, I just see Saunabois. We saw what happened to them in the last map. We saw the Panzerfaust play. Let's see if they can do something a little better this time around. Scav spots out his teammates getting shot by NAVI, so elects to change his rotation path so as not to go down a little bit earlier. You've got Vorpal Swords. They're currently sat in 2nd place. They've got a decent spot right now inside the circle, right? You've got that 2-1-1 split again where everybody can collapse, but they're on the NAVI side. So if things keep going the way that it's going, those two are on a collision path.
Yeah, it's going to eventually end, especially if they stay up a little bit longer. Here comes the information gained. Chris lays down, he primes, his shots ready for fate, sends it flying. Doesn't quite get the connection, but it will. Oh my, has an MG up there. Jeez Louise, what is this? Like full defense of an MG tripod on the construction tower, raining hell down for Los Leones. If it goes Los Leones, the MG best have a lot of ammo.
He's prone, he's a turret. He's literally got the legs of that MG out, and if anybody moves... See, when you're prone with an MG, recoil is only a mindset. Recoil doesn't exist when you're prone with an MG.
Absolutely insane, mate. He's not going to move. He just needs to stay low. Pray for the zone to come his way. For now, let's look at the map, though. These teams are rotating, so they just get their way in. They are popping that E pickup just to ensure they get the opportunity that if it goes Los Leones are in the air and maybe jump in, should time it just about right. NAVI on the outside here. GG's outside wide split. Takes sort of a triangle the other way around. Howl moved in for Los Leones. Benched Heroes, they took the area where it ended yesterday, where we saw that SSG victory. Do like Vorpal Swords position. We know that's going to be unplayable. We also know Acend's area should play away, and there it is. It looks like it's going that neck of the woods. Maybe we'll get the same style ending. Acend instantly on the move as well. I think they were praying for it to come south, but not this time. Here we go, Los Leones.
I am all for it. You know me, I love an urban finish, and Los Leones finishes always just tickle the right way. You got to think back to that ending we had at the start of last year where we saw quite possibly one of the best ever nades thrown inside of competitive PUBG. Maybe we could see something similar happen once more. Howl in a pretty good spot. The Woo, they're sitting center of the zone as well. Emergency pickups, we'll see a lot of teams now trying to drop and take the high ground inside of the city. We're going to see Solo attempt to do that. They're going to look for a rooftop that will suit them pretty perfectly. You've got another one coming in from the south. Mark, it's the rat race now to get into the city, and look at that. The Woo are going to lose 2 players as they stepped out to shoot the parachuters.
Yeah, they went for the kills. And next, if he goes for a reload, it's going to take him for the rest of the game. Look at the level 3 gear. Ibby is down. Just hunker down now, mate. You've got the MG and one wraps into you. It's going to be difficult. The sandstorm will do, I suppose, engulf what it looks like it's going to do. We'll engulf this one. Saunabois taking shots on the outside. That is going to be horrible. Let's stay on the outside of that one for as long as we can. Saunabois, they are climbing up to try and get the knocked out PWD underneath. Fire up underneath. Scavs M4. He's going to go down. And the boys, Sauna lads, going to take the rocks and hold firm.
And the sandstorm will go through Navi. Ferris doing a lot of damage onto Melman as GG and Navi just can't seem to avoid each other at times. They bump in time and time again. Ferris gets the knock onto Melman. Levante going under fire as you see those nades come through as well. Defex will find the knock with the Dragon off, and the Gladiators, well, those 2 players likely down and out as Uba is firing towards Defex. So said and Ferris, they're going to move and push towards where the rest of that roster is. Again, it's good decision making from Navi in these gunfights, and that's something that they're going to learn by, you know, playing under Allreen. It's the big jump that these players have to make by joining this roster is that macro play, because there's no doubt these 4 players are absolute gunners.
Yeah. Yeah, arguably everyone in this lobby is top tier. Uber have to retreat back though. He's going to try and rely on a 2 hold, but we are seeing long distance shots though coming down from Howl, so we need to figure out where he parks his car. Try and keep it first. So he's right on his tail, and soon we'll be having a look over this next peak. There goes the zone. It is going back to where we had the ending, just on the outside. Bench Heroes conquer that position. Navi will be looking to go for a north wrap round again, so expect the same. Rest of our teams are down the bottom. I'm worried though, Gibson, because we've got 15 teams up, 48 players remain, and it is a bloodbath on the south.
You say you're worried, I say I am excited as Nixie with the MG is going to spray down Sloy Jacket. Question mark. They got to be careful. Fate from Strong T's got the high ground as 15 becomes 14. Fairy Tale will fall. Pod Samulet, 3 players fall in the blink of a spray as Phil First and a doozy go ham on them. Pod Samulet really free falling down the table just a little bit today. It's not quite gone to plan as that'll be the end of Pod Samulet. Nixie attempts the third party as Question mark picked up those kills, and well, Nixie being the solo for the Woo with having the south side of the zone and an MG probably has the confidence, and rightfully so, to push this.
Yeah, and question mark though, we're down to a solo. They're all getting the resis now. Nixie doesn't go further afield down towards the south, but he does check his way around. He's going to expose these guys. Nice smoke actually from Question mark. He just needs to peer around the corner, but he looks at the zone and goes, do you know what? I need to find some more cover. We just retract in a little bit more. New to the construction area. Put up. Orgless on the other side of him. Benched Heroes looking down the south as well. They've got a huge split. Benched Heroes. We are seeing our other MG parachuting his way in commando style behind these teams, so Orgless will be cautious as well. Now leaving the high ground. Orgless hold that sort of south to southwest corner. We saw our Acend boys retract across to the west as well. 2-2 split here. Big play from Twisted Minds. This might play off for them. I don't think they can cover each other that well. And we are seeing our Gaimin Gladiators making a hard attempt in towards a centralized spot. NAVI did make that play across. It is that south. Interestingly, it has sort of spread apart. The team's timing it well. Apart from Pod, you run into that question mark fortification.
It's a wide split for Twisted Minds, but it's one that they can collapse pretty easily when you look at where all these teams are. Like, if they start feeling a lot of undue pressure, then they can fall back. As of right now, I think it is perfectly fine in an urban finish like this to go for the split that they have. Orgless, they're a team that I worry a little bit about, right? You look at the way they're surrounded on essentially all sides. Acend, Twisted Minds, the Woo. You've got, you know, the Saunabois there as well, all pushing their way. And speak of the Saunabois, Nuki is able to find that knock onto Owner. So Huth, Weston, and Global Army need to provide some cover as one of them will go for the res.
Alright, too long. Weston, no, it's going to have to go on the defense. It goes down. The Orgless boys on a wider split get picked apart slightly. Scav is down. They are still going to continue the pressure, but Global Army does launch back. That money is going to put a little bit of a stop. There's a confirmed informational game. Nuki nearly stepping on the toes, and Orgless coming from behind. The boys down to their final player. Who comes on the other side? Oh, he does go on that molly. So critical. If you've got those molly guys, just lay them down on that, and especially if you provide that immense amounts of pressure, sometimes players will make mistakes naturally trying to find a safe location. You saw it unfold. A little cheeky teppy toe on the molly. That was the end of the Saunabois.
Yeah, Reliant gets the knock on the question mark here as well as Solo. Again, we're talking about them having a very good day compared to yesterday. They're still on the wrong side of the table, but they're not far away. They've got themselves tucked into the southeast side of this circle. Scooby spraying through the smoke, trying to get full first, but question mark should get over and get that res, and that's exactly what Spyro's doing. Fate, though, is going to spray down Besto with that MG, which finally is going to sing out its song for Fate. The nade will be thrown. It's a little bit too far to get the flush, but it does put a good timer on him, Mark.
Yeah, got to work his way in. It's phase number 5, retracting back. NAVI do follow that same wrap into that north side of that compound. And see, I've been chipping away at the zone, and as a result, they nearly find themselves in. All you can hear is that MG just raining out. Question mark, though. They might want to lay another trap now and try and stop a strong team moving in. It does like a reload after every single time. You've got to remember, it does take quite a lot of time to get that reload. Next scene is the other MG. He's laying low as well. So, two very, very close. Maybe we're going to get MG3 versus MG3. I think question mark and our Orgless team will have something else to say about it.
Like a World War I battleground with those things going, World War II, sorry, going head to head. But the big thing is, Mark, they don't have a lot of ammo to work with, right? They both have one full mag and 20-30 bullets in reserve. Nixie now has just about got one mag of ammo left, and his secondary is 7s as well. Sprays it down, but that's enough. Gets the flush, and Orgless will fall, and Nixie goes up to 3 kills. And now look at this, Twisted Minds. They have collapsed everybody together. We spoke about it. They could whenever they needed to. Acend have taken the west side of the circle. But again, it's all going nuts to the south, and surprise, surprise, NAVI have taken the north side of the zone and made the decision that they're going to let everybody else deal with each other once more.
Yep. Howl got a nice high ground, and strong T rely on getting that med on time. Solo going to be eager to try and stop any kind of push. Nade comes over the top. Solo does get to one. That Tokyo Flex putting down the damage. Massive quick dipped attempt to get to a little bit of cover where he can. Does find it here. Fate, the MG's store in the mix. Nixie store in the mix, but two different battles are underway. Molly just going to be a little bit too short here. Solo got limited amount of angles, but also on the other side of this fight, got the Woo. Nixie 3 kills at the moment. Store got that MG, I believe, in his back pocket, looking to try and finish out question mark.
Yeah, throws the molly that I think hits the door, hits the wall instead of going through the window, and that's exactly what happened. I think the smoke just made it a little bit difficult to work that one out, but Nixie has 3 kills, 545 damage, but only 59 rounds left. And that MG spits out rounds at a very high rate of fire, so he has to be very, very picky about choosing his opportunity to shoot. He's got Question Mark beside him. He's got Twisted Minds behind him. Tokyo Flex will wipe out Fate. But see, here's Spyro. Sprays out the first good shots and the second. Now he's down to 44 bullets left as he dances around the wall. Make that 32. He finds one. He finds another. There ain't going to be a triple though. Spyro's need takes him down. I don't know if he had the bullets left to take him down anyway, but that is such a dinner bell for Twisted Minds now to push up and deal with Question Mark. But what a one-man army play from the one and only Nixie.
Oh, big crash on the other side. Navi getting nearly the conquering from here. Howl noticed they've gone a big play. Full send, 2 down, 2 on the other side. Somehow there's another MG on the battleground. And it's Diffix. He put 8 kills on for Kendi. He's on 2 so far. MG rolling his way around. He goes to 3 and Navi annihilate Howl's big play. But look at this. GG straight on the push. Acend straight on the push. Everyone target acquired for Navi at the moment.
They're down, but they got double-digit points again. They got 11 points, that map. GG pushing on one side. Acend at the top, and it's a tough push now for GG, so they'll wrap south and try to get on the high ground again. But Navi just keep doing enough today to dominate these lobbies. Yes, there's no chicken dinner. Yes, the placement points aren't as high as they have been tonight so far, but double-digit kills again. They have been averaging, Mark, over this tournament, more than 10 points a map. And if you keep doing that, well, you're never going to be far away from winning tournaments.
No. Good showing for them. And arguably, I suppose, the first event, should we say? Classified as a 3-day event. And that we also missed underway. Good shots though coming through. Soto having to, after dealing with that push from Strong T, now go draw the attention towards our bench heroes who have been watching. Great nade comes in from Leosh. Dante lays down the 5.56. It leaves Reliant, who's been strong, to push forward though, but he's running out to the jammer pack. The blue is going to conquer. Not before Leosh ends it for them. Winner for them. Solo will be down and out 6th place. And benched heroes, they've got a little bit of freedom of movement, but they've got a Vorpal Sword nade-back right underneath their nose.
Your winners and runners-up from the last map go head-to-head for 5th place this time around, and it's benched heroes that managed to get the better of Solo. But now benched heroes have Nabat to deal with, and deal with him they do, as Extends picks up that kill, and now it's a 4v4, v3, v2. Acend and benched heroes now in a great opportunity to win this game, but Twisted Minds have to push towards benched heroes. Acend, as it stands, have control of the circle. Yes, GG have 2 players alive, but Acend have the high ground, Mark, and Twisted Minds, looking at the way the map is, they have to push towards benched heroes, which will only strengthen Ascend's case even more.
Talk about that push, it does happen. It looks like a side hit from It's Chris. They don't need to move. GG won't move either. They're underneath the heart and soul of Acend. It is going to be all eyes now on the south side. Twisted Minds know this. Jedrox though puts down Torlins and Perfectis down to their final player. Now, example on the outside. Don't think they know exactly where he is. He's caused some damage. Then he does. Puts down Jedrox though for one. Able to get the confirm. Looking over, but opts to go for the med. Right play for him. He's got no lid here, Gibson. It's going to be very difficult to go. He's got no smokes. He uses whatever smoke he's got left to try and scrabble back towards zone. But benched heroes also under fire here from Acend.
Yeah, the blue zone is creeping pretty close to Gedrox, which means that he could be flushed out. But that kill coming in from Chris, I think, or was it Gedrox got that kill, will enable the res. So they can get that res now. No. Yeah, they can. They're going for it. So the res will come in, secures them 4 people alive again, and all of a sudden it's a 4v4v2. The last time we were in this position, Navi let the 2-man fight the 4-man, and then they third-partied. Looking at the way the zone is, Acend are on the edge of the zone. I think it's most likely that Acend probably fight with Gaimin Gladiators first, and then it's a tough one, isn't it? It's Acend are in a bit of a tricky spot here. Yes, they're in the zone. Yes, they have the high ground, but if Phase 8 donuts, they got to push out of that hill, and there's nothing there as far as cover is concerned.
No, we had this every time. It's on the other side of this compound. I think Acend, if I was Acend, and obviously I've been tracking GG, your logic is they're both going to be sitting really tight here. Now, Uber has remained, and that arguably is stopping them alone. So we do see Arda a little bit further afield, taking shots, I believe, back now at the team anyway. So Acend have got a decision to make which way to go. the opportunity though, Bresco's gone the other way, so they might be able to completely disengage and go, hey, do you know what? We just need to play out towards the adjacent sides. Need to get down and out of this hole, or as I say, the high ground in towards this sort of bunker. And it looks like that might be the play, because you just don't know where the player is by that sort of a base of the tower. Zone does pop, does give or take donuts up, so it does force Acend now to move. Bresco does get a knock, but Chris makes the extension. The guy is down. It's Chris is on form. There goes one. There goes two. Opening. I think you know that also plays peekaboo, and he able to pick up. It's Chris. Is that enough? It's enough to get the res. Should be enough now for the guys to get a little bit closer.
They chose to take the benched heroes. They chose to take the fight to the 4, and now it's a 3 versus 2 as benched heroes not going to get those reses unless you deal with Braxco, unless you deal with Kiliakai and Kowo, who are closing the distance on this compound. And Gaimin Gladiators, they're loving life. Look, Uba can spot out Braxco and lands a nice headshot with the SLR just outside of instant downrange, or maybe he caught him on the neck, but Braxco still alive. And they're, you know what, Acend are in a good bad position, right? It's good because they've got cover, but it's bad because they can't really push either of these two teams. Now you're on a little dip, so now you need benched heroes and Gaimin Gladiators to start trading some shots. And benched heroes massively, Mark, are going to get everybody back on their feet.
They've just been left to their own devices. I think Acend have played so well. They've moved themselves, and you're right. They're in this sort of hard. They can't push either way. If they push up the rocks, they're going to get tagged by GG. If they go to GG, they're going to get tagged by benched heroes. It's an assured destruction. Only Acend can do now is just hunker down, wait for the zone to donut up. Mexico arguably might be the closest person to them, but they've got a lot now they need to take for a short period of time. They need to watch both ridges, and they also need to shift in with the blue. Gaimin Gladiators is going to work their way in as well. I think we're going to see benched heroes and Gaimin Gladiators fight first, and then it's about timing. What time does Acend kick into gear? I think this is Ascend's game to lose.
I think you're right. It's unless benched, right? Unless benched heroes take it to Acend, right? Because they might see them as the threat, and they might see them as the fight that they can take it to. They know that they've got more numbers, and they could just try to brute force their way in. But the blue zone is going to make the decision for them. I'm looking at Laos. You look, the exit points from this compound are over where Gedrox is. It's a funnel. The only way they get out of here is by stepping through that little bit of a gap, and that one that extends is on, which is in the line of sight of Gaimin Gladiators, who put a huge amount of damage down. Dante finds the knock onto Kiliakai. Benched heroes, though, with the blue now really ticking onto their backs. Gaimin Gladiators have stepped out to the fray as well, using the smoke as cover. Braxco through the smoke is going to obliterate Dante. He falls. Acend pick up another point. Molly's being tossed into the mix now as well, as Extends and Gedrox have got nowhere to go. There's a spray, but Kowo's in position to find another one. Alia gets Gedrox. It's a 1v2v2 as more players are falling every single moment. And Mark, it ain't going to slow down any point soon, because Alia gets another one on to Braxco, and we got ourselves a 1v1. Make it a 1v2. Is Kiliakai going to get up? He does.
That's a huge, it's a 2v2 now at the end. As Alia and Uber remain. Big play. I don't think we're going to get the opportunity now to get back. Go back. It looks like Koos goes around the outside. Doesn't expect to see a deployable shield, but he does. Information, though, has been gained. 2v1. Kiliakai pretty much close. They've got to commit away from this one. Get the little spray on the other side. Might switch to the other side of the smoke. The spray will come through. Koho can only provide as much intel now as possible. And a body block, arguably, the guys stacking their way around. And it's a big body block, but not enough, though. GG's. Put 7 kills. It's a 17-point game, and it's a chicken dinner. GG started slow. Looks like they might be ending today strong.
Yeah, and those 17 points will rocket the Gaimin Gladiators back into consideration for winning this event. Now, NAVI will be up over, well over 100 points now at this point. But Mark, what a game that was. And I'm looking back, that Hakatori hold against SSG was so good. Like, I'm seeing it, you know, we're talking from the future. I'm seeing the broadcast at this point, and I'm getting to watch it again. Hakatori, had that gone so differently, Navi don't get the 10 points in that game. They don't get double digits, but Hakatori played that to perfection.
if you break that compound down, or at least that one section of it, the actual tarpaulin, it blocked, was it Pixel, I think, that wrapped around into the single shack. And I liked it. So Hakatori backed himself in the corner, so he knew he had to just watch the other side of the compound. That sort of tarpaulin stopped the shots from Pixel coming up. So he knew that kind of single shack was redundant. He was trying to force the team around. And again, it's that whole, like, I'm here, I'm holding, I'm okay. You guys hold the compound. We're expecting to go that way. We had Sosto on the other side, though. He was looking back in. So if they were to wrap around that side, he's giving him intel. He's telling them in his ear that, hey, they're pushing around on you. And he just played massive IQ play back in his way against stopping the teams coming through. Knows a player went in, played peekaboo on the inside, able to get a knock, and then that knock happened, and it was a full collapse from NAVI. They'd done it to perfection, and it was an outstanding play, though, for this game.
And Gaimin Gladiators, though, they do take the chicken dinner, and a big one at that, which will put them back in contention for the title. Maybe they've finally snuck themselves out of that 5th place mark. We will find out after this break.
Tears going dry. I can't stand the tears, it's just making me cry. Didn't know I was with. Didn't know I was with. Can't stand the tears, it's just making me cry. Didn't know I was with. Didn't know I was with.
Fill 'em up another pound of blood. Then he throws the money on the bar. He never lets me keep the change. Fighting with the mirror is deranged. Why don't you smile? Why won't you smile? Asking me to play their favorite song. Play it so that they can sing along. Will they hear what I'm writing? I'll give them something more exciting. To make them smile, to make them smile. To make them smile, to make them smile.
Here we go, the round out of the night, the round out of day 2. Match 6 here on Miramar. Flight path coming from 1 o'clock, making its way down to 6, finishing up right on top of Partona. But Mark, once this map's done, we'll be 66.666 of the way through this event. And NAVI have been playing so consistently over the course of these 2 days so far.
I'd argue maybe the start a little bit. I don't think they kicked off very, very well, but they adapted very quick on day number 1. I give them that. And they got themselves really high up. It was Miramar they struggled with, so doesn't seem to be the case this time around. Oh, sorry, as Erangel yesterday, as they struggled, we kicked off with Erangel. Miramar seems to be their home, their turf, and Vikendi seems to be their farming ground. So they'll loosen over towards that Impala. Most teams are clear, no hot drops. Could be game 6 out in Tex, but got a lot of opportunity here. We have got one more day, as you mentioned. It is day number 2 or 3. Some outstanding plays and some wonderful action already before we make it into the final stretch zone. Everyone done. Plane is finished. 4 seconds left to go before we see the zone. Here we go. Bonk. There's the gun. What did I say to you? Talk to people when I said about flight path. What did I say to you?
Oh, we ignore the islands anyway, Mark. We just pretend they don't exist until another phase or 2, right?
Yeah. Arguably unlikely because that corner is too close at North Island. But this flight path's the same as what we had with PEC on the round of 16 that we got to cast for PUBG. So it was an island finish. That was a dangerous one. And lo and behold, the zone goes, whoop, there you go, boys. Little cheeky tease.
Yeah, I want to see where phase 2 pops though, because you can get excited in phase 1, but I've learned through this game, through casting for years and years and years, to never ever get your hopes up. But what this circle does mean is teams have 2 trails of thought. It's either a phase 3 circle where you're thinking of Los Leones, or you take the risk. Now, there are jet skis and boats on the islands, so I wouldn't be surprised if somebody gets, not necessarily goes to the island, but has the preparations there. You know, we've seen in the past teams keeping a boat close to the shoreline so they can move if needs be. I think Pod Samolet, they've just looked at the circle. There's 64 players alive, and they've thought, yeah, you know, we're very far to the north here. We dropped early, yes, but we dropped far to the north. There's another couple of teams towards the north as well. If we take an early emergency pickup, we can leapfrog everybody and contest with the teams that dropped late. And I think this is clever from Pod Samolet.
Yeah, it is a right call. So much is unplayable. Waterman underwater. That is him. V Ferris though popping a few shots. I think the time I got to, he swapped over, playing that kind of cheeky eye. There's more than one set of guns in this compound, so don't be surprised if that switch over to that barrel was maybe from a 5.56, just to make a much noise, not to be caught out. Because we did see yesterday there was players caught out being a solo ranger, popping those individual shots, and teams like, yeah, mate, that's a free. I do like Navi's push to the compound. This kind of cigar building, this is 2 stacks of breadstick, some people call it. I think it's really good. And logically, it's going to be in the late game. Looking at this zone early.
Sosa's rotating past Howl, who've had a nightmare day 2. Let's not beat around the bush. It's not been anything like what they would have hoped after their strong start yesterday. So, last map of the day, no better way to banish your demons than to get a performance and a half on that final map of the night. 64 players alive, 4 minutes, no surprise there whatsoever when you think about the way Miramar traditionally plays out. But can the zone throw some spanners in the works? I really want to see what Pod Samolet do here. Do they go very far south, or, well, this is where they've decided to drop, and they're heading towards the compound that's being held by NAVI, and this could be fireworks early on because NAVI are in a 2-2 split.
They are in a 2-2 split. It is a commitment. I don't think they saw enough. Hakatori comes out. Hello, Sumpire down to a one-shot. Ferris needs to get out and defend his ground. Doesn't quite get there in time. I don't know if he knows that he's actually got a player behind. He's got no vest either. I think he's just trying to scrabble. They've been in such contention with teams rotating around. They were taking shots though. Forgot to pick up a vest. Hello, Sumpire is down, or hopefully he might have the meds. As he is now back. I think he's going to be hearing the sound cues, looking for the player. It won't be long before they figure out it's a 2-2. Hakatori is down. Navi are collapsing. They might be going full send here. Diffix going down. But look at this. The Wu might be able to pick up the car rotation from Diffix. He goes up higher. Does put up here. Molodot might get eyes on. But for now, Hakatori's been confirmed. Wu on the outside edge. And Diffix lays the first to waste. But Molodot ducks in just in time.
Yeah, that's really good because it holds back the Wu temporarily, but it also means that he's not going to get picked up focusing on the gunfight with Pod Samulet. Navi with 3 players up, and the Wu, as you pointed out, third partying this one. And again, when the circle's like this, Mark, you've got to take the kills when you can get them, because it can be so difficult to play for territory when the territory is so small. Org, they're going to rotate past. They're using the terrain to cover their approach, and then they're going to send it towards the solo Howl player, as Rurn is able to pick up the knock onto Huth. And he's going to get the knock onto Owner as well. And is the rest of Org going to keep on pushing, or are Orgless going to stand it? There is a player on the outside. Rurn closes the door, gives himself some cover, peeks once more, gets the flush, and Code Marco comes in with the assist, and Howl pick up 4 points, and boy do they need them after the day that they have had. But keep an eye, the Wu, Navi, and the members of Pod Samulet are still playing close together.
They're toying with it, aren't they? They are toying with it. A lot more teams. I like how Pod did enough just to reflect that team. Orgless were going there. They were heading it. They thought they had it clean, but it wasn't the case. How? They kind of do a 3-1. They left the Mad by himself. A bit of a mad play as SSG now work in from the east. Nice, easy rotation from them. But let's have a look. Mad has played. Has his biz sees him as well. The initial shots going for their headies. As he's getting some reinforcements. Code Marco arrives. And the strength that we've seen from him this evening, we know he can put a big swing to any team coming their way. Rest of the teams, they are starting to work their way down. Arguably, a lot more of the early rotation has been done. Acend will go late as they take the south path. We've got a Twisted Mind still to come in solo. And our Saunabois are taking the beach rotation on the north.
2.5 minutes until the zone shift comes through, and we get a much better idea of what's going to happen. If it doesn't go to the island, I still want it to keep a hell of a lot of water, and just for the chaos that could cause inside of Phase 6. Look at this, though. Strong T are creeping up that mountain range that you see the Wu playing on just beside Los Leones. The 2 members getting close to Quizzy, and with the 2-2 split from the Wu and them focused on keeping an eye on what's going on between Navi. Oh, yeah, here comes the nades. The first one's... You know what? Based on where he was a second ago, that was a very good nade, but he did move the other way. And I think he should go back to that corner the nades went to just a moment ago. That nade's tossed a little bit too far away, but Nixie sub spots out Blazor, does a little 360 spin for the style points. But look at Ebby. Ebby's just feeding this information. Yeah.
Great play from him. I mean, it might have been the one that saw him. Maybe they didn't hear this. Maybe it was Ibby. Oh my days, Ibby. That was some distance on that one, mate. But there's a quick kill confirmed. Nixie ensures no one else can farm it. Now shots coming with Strong T because they have an anchor player here as well. So a little bit of tit for tat for both these teams as one holds in Los Leones as the other guys fight on the rocks.
Yeah, minute and 10 seconds now to the zone pops, but Richie B, one of my favorite players in NA, and I'm not sure if he's playing on the SSG roster or not. I've seen, Magi playing on there a couple of times. Richie B could be subbing in, but he's a very, very exciting player. Anytime you see him inside the server. Now, a reminder, SSG with the 2-2 split that they have nationally, with Paige and Pixel being from EU and Roth and Richie B, or Roth and Magi, they can decide to play in either region this year, but once you play a qualifier for one of those regions, for that stage, then you're locked in. If they want to play NA, they need to make sure that whoever takes that spot that's been vacated is from NA. If they want to play in EU, well, they can do it as it stands. Fate won't be playing in EU any longer tonight, as he's been knocked, is potentially going to get flushed out as well. Nixie does a lot of damage to Blazor, and, well, Strong T, they just got caught in a rough spot. The Wu just caught them out. They had a nice plan, but it failed.
Nice rotation, everything coming from Howl. The city just punishing Blazor does get him. Bit of an aggro peak a little bit. But he can't get the flush. It's going to matter of time as he does have danger from above. More importantly, danger from below as well. Does get a good knock as well. Back into the corner. Those are not down, but never out until you get him down. And, there's a final player though for strong team. There we go. We have left the islands, but we do have a little bit of water. A little bit. Store remains, but store not enough. 15 teams, 55 players. It's difficult. It's a standard sort of southeast ending, or can be. Does mean if we go to open terrain, we've got to lose a few more teams.
Yeah, the teams that you're thinking you could lose, well, we could lose one pretty soon as Fairy Tale are going to get dropped on by Acend, but I think it's more likely Acend will land on the roof, and that'll give them a nice little bit of cover when you're on the roof for this building, because you've got the shack, but no, they've got 1 or 2 on the roof, 1 or 2 on the ground. One is on their knees as Kiliakai will get knocked by Zub, and Sloy Jacket will flush that one out. And Mark, well, it's only Braxco left.
That is a big play if he landed there, mate. Talk about air traffic control.
I don't think he's got enough space to take off again, though.
Look, I'll give you
Is
the
it ramp?
opportunity.
Right.
Go for it, mate. That's a big play. That's a big play. You know you want it.
I want to see it.
I don't think Fairy Tale want to give it, unfortunately. Long distance shots going to come on. He's going to need some smokes. They can continue to punish him. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on that one. But for now, there's more fighting going on. The Wu now taking on the bench heroes. They're going aggressive team after team. Molodok under barrage of util. A little bit of damage, actually. Down for a 1, and there we go. Leosh is being able to pick up, though, from that one nade. Full send, roly. Maybe going to charge forward, clear the door. I'm putting a flash in. Breach. The Wu looking to go in. It's going to be a reflash, followed by a blue zone nade. That one going down the corridor as well. They refuse to go in with unknown information. Shotgun in the corner. That might be the best play. Jedrox plays peekaboo, though, back out. This is taking some blue damage to lay out that one. Maybe should be going in. There we go. Able to clear out. It's like an operation when it comes down to it.
Yeah, Braxco got taken out by a nade on that roof, but let's stick with this fight with benched heroes. They've been having pretty good run the last few maps, but that good run could be at an end as they're getting pushed by the Wu. Pre-fire, Ebby with a nade in his hand. Dante is able to take him down. Leosh will drop down from the roof as well, as the pressure is getting pushed on. But with this being a 2 versus 2, the Wu don't want to get too aggressive. Dante steps outside to dodge the shrapnel. And are the Wu getting that res off in the distance? Because Dante's getting third-partied by a doozy, and I think the Wu are pushing for that res. Leosh confirms out his kill, but Ibby's back on his feet.
Yeah, good play. Obviously saw the guys cross over. So Dante always get the res themselves. Leosh, though, has got to ensure he can try and hold off a Wu out the window, but not too far away, because Nixie will lay him down. Does go back to a 2. Extends is back up, though. Scrap that. Down to a 1. Extends level 1 lid 2 vest. Pretty tanked. Might see more third party action, and it's going to take no long. Torn is already here. Ibby, Dixie down. Lou getting shot back though as the Wu getting third party. The bench heroes getting benched, and they're like, hey, I want to try and take on something I can. Maybe he can get a res on, because Twisted Minds won't have the intel exactly where the players are.
Well, this is the thing, right? Twisted Minds need to get the reses off, so Dante's going to get back on his feet as well. Twisted Minds know there's another team here, but they can't push until they've got everybody they can back on their feet again. So this suits both teams. Rez will come through. Oh, go on. Get it through the window. Oh, what a bounce. He gets the kill onto Batulins. He falls, and then he stuns the other side of the building. And now benched heroes know this is very winnable. Spots out the head, but a doozy. Third parties at doing a lot of damage onto Extends. And they're going to 2 versus 1. Gets the knock now onto Example. Dante flushes that one out. Twisted Minds under a lot of pressure. Extends, finds another knock, and Dante's in a 1 versus 1 against Twisted Minds. Confirms out that point. Molly at his toes. Dante will fall. Twisted Minds win the battle, but in doing so, have they lost the war, Mark? For it's only Lou left alive.
Crazy Lou. This is all we're counting name for a reason. That's what I'm going to say. Always make the guys that say. It's like Navi and Pods, despite being the centre of attention for quite some time. They find themselves store-loving neighbours. Howl working their way in. GG's now getting involved as we see SSG taking on solo. Page with a knock with a grenade. Lion looks like they are going to go goodbye. This Pixel will pick up another one. So 4 kills for SSG. I'll try and deal multiple teams working in. It's very much a telltale of design. Bizla needs to maybe get eyes on because he has GG pushing in. He doesn't even look back. You can see him in the aggro. He peaks, but does get him. Nice play, nice hold, quick kill, confirm, and SSG hopefully not down and out like the car. He should be able to disengage. Twisted Minds though, they are 11th place for them. 10 teams now remain. 29 left on the battlegrounds.
Yeah, and SSG need to make their way inside the circle. Howl are getting very close now to Uba, who had a massive say in that win on the last map for the Gaimin Gladiators, who did manage to sneak their way, Mark, up into 3rd place with 95 points. They could still take the lead here depending on what happens with NAVI, who are on 111. That's not an unsurmountable lead whatsoever, but NAVI are just living with Pod Samlet, as you pointed out. Quetpa and Rune for Howl. They've got to deal with Uba, who's right there, and Alia peeks around the corner, manages to get the kill and the flush, and well, it's just Rune left alive now. There's Vorpal Swords. They're doing a bit of damage. They're in 2nd place now, but Pixel will trade back Nabat after he took down Roth, leaving it all down to 1 HP and a Dream Razor, who's got the time to get the med off. The blue zone's there, Mark, and the blue zone jammer pack almost helps them out, but Pixel and Page, the EU Finn duo, managed to clean that one up. And look, if you need a win, get a Finn. It usually works.
I was waiting for you to say that. I knew it was coming. You love it. They are strong, very strong duo though. Pod still holding down. They are just outside the zone in this position here. Navi already working their way out. Question mark in a good position. Still holding to that top side and best looking back towards Lost the Owns. Do we see the zone retract back as that sort of mountain phase, sort of in that south side and southeast of Lost the Owns? If you don't know, it's kind of that unplayable, especially when we come to these later zones and we see it play away. We saw it play away in the last one. It went north. We've seen it play away now in this final game. It's going down towards a southeast.
Very different to last time, though, Mark. In Phase 5, we had 14 teams left alive, right?
Yeah.
It was pretty nuts. Now we're down to 9 with 24 players. And again, it's because we had essentially a Phase 3 circle from Phase 2, because there was so much water inside it. Navi Defix has gone down, so you feel like the chances are that res isn't going to come through. Pod Samulet, they're going to wait because they know Navi have to feed their way with the zone coming. And when you look at the territory around them, it might be better to let a couple more players die down before they push out of this factory, unless they're forced to. You look at the rest of Question Mark, they're not in the worst position in the world here either. I like the 3-1 split that they have. They've got their anchor on the other side. I know that it's very, very early in this game still, but Question Mark have got a lot of territory.
Yeah, they do, and they have so much information from that territory as well, which becomes this sort of valuable piece of equipment. You're kind of 5th player on the battlegrounds. Navi losing 1. I think they were just kind of with Diffix up there. Thought he was surviving a lot longer than what he could do, and then as a result, he gets caught slowly. Question Mark been chipping away at them as they have been working their way down. Best on the anchor does get a quick kill and confirm. Saunabois now need to continue to rotate around. Nice hold though, refusing anyone to left in. We do have strong T still remaining. 9 teams remain. 1 more before the final game and the final placement points here, and there's a few teams down some numbers.
Yeah, it's not a great spot at all. Like, you're averaging just over 2 players per team in this position, and you know, speaking of the 2-player average, Pixel is one of them, and like, he's off looking for a new helmet or vest before he makes his way inside the zone. A doozy will eventually get that kill confirmed onto Navi, so now we're down to 22 left alive. Question Mark being one of the 4s that we still have. You got Gaimin Gladiators. They've got 4 people still alive. I think Pod Samulet, they're 4. So they're your 3 full rosters. Everybody else is fighting low.
That is a bait and a half. The A pickup, I'm not gonna lie. Navi and Pods eventually started phase number 1. It's now got a break bread, and these teams need to go. Navi down the numbers. It is a 2. He pickups from behind. So bait taking a little bit of a throwaway. They've got to come their way around, and where Pod have been holding, there's only 2 places that really NAVI can come in. They'd come out, but you can remember most of these would have spent a large majority of it early on, and we've taken everything in the compound. No one else really crashing it. They've not had a chance to replenish their gear. Nice use of smoke. First, use it to get on the other side, and now they're trying to position themselves in front of Pod, but doing that has actually opened up the opportunity. More doors now Pod can come raining out of.
They've mollied the door, but they've not mollied Presente, who peeks across, gets one. The re-peek from Pin. Down go Navi. And now the chase is on. They got 1 placement point, but I don't think they got a single kill. And what does that mean? Well, that means that Gaimin Gladiators could now push for top spot. Yes, they're a couple of points behind, a decent amount of points behind, but there's always a chance. And Mark, how good would it be to see Gaimin Gladiators, essentially the ex-Navi roster, battling in first and second with Navi?
Yeah, that'd be good. Nice story to tell. Have to wait and see how that goes. Once clearing the compound, they haven't got the best escape vehicle, but it would do. Let's send them underneath the eyesight of question mark. GG are launching shots towards them. We are seeing a very standardized ending. These teams will be used to this as they will get into their positions. Fairy Tale down some numbers, but they are working around. As they think they've only lost the 1 on that earlier fight. They do now lose the compound. Moving our way over, we are seeing more and more teams to get in that position now. 7 teams remain. You mentioned we're on the placement point here. Howl are laying low. GG. They've got the firehouse. Only 3 kills though. They're going to need to get some more kills on the board if they want to be contending for that top spot.
Oh, 100%, Mark. 100%. They need about 16 points to get to that top spot. So couple more kills and they will be in a pretty good position. Melman from Gaimin Gladiators spots out Pod Samlet, sees them inside the smoke, and as that smoke dissipates, it'll be a problem. You spoke about it earlier, Mark. How much utility did Pod Samlet have? They zoomed into the zone with the E-pickup in phase 1, landed in that warehouse, so whatever was there is all they had. Artie is probably not going to survive towards 6th place. I think they will go out in 7th. You know what? He's got points for his team. It's not a bad spot.
Absolutely good game. Good plan. Kiss the Blarney Stone. I've kissed that. It's not far from where my old dear lives. I don't know why. Someone told me I had to do it. Some 2 Irish guys just hanging out the side of a castle. I don't know why you guys do that.
You literally hang upside down off the side of a castle too, by the way. For anyone who's never done it, it's... If you're afraid of heights, it's not for you.
yeah. I wasn't told what was happening. Next thing I know, I'm getting thrown out the side of a castle. Anyway, back to the action. Phase number 6, 7 teams to go. One of them is still on the outside edge, though, with our 6 more meds, 5 more meds, but more importantly, a dangerous combo in front. Don't forget, question mark dropped the ball yesterday, and it was Kilyukai that got in from the blue and was able to split apart, get 2 knocks. Doozy did save him in the end. It's going to be close. Hopefully, question mark don't drop the ball, and they do look back, and they will find a little cup of tea working its way in.
If they look, they'll be so confused that there's a player here. Like, the confusion will be real. He's got 2 first aids left.
Yeah, he got this. He ain't got this. No way. Surely not.
If he sprints the right way... Oh, it's a tough ask. It's a tough ask because the zone... Oh, yeah. There, look at the chunks now. Look at those chunks. Come on, Artie. Come on, Artie. He's done it. He's only gone and done it.
He's only gone and blown the doors off. He needs to get his little bandos on now. He has a little bit of cover. He can use this ridge nicely. Store in. You're in it to win it. He's in the placement points. If he goes out now, he's going to get 1. If he survives, remains, he can get a few more. Question mark, though, having to leave the area. They push their way down towards the next bowl, and that does mean we're going to get question mark, Fairy Tale, and SSG contending now for the south spot here. SSG looking good this game. Looking really good this game. And I think they'll be keen to clear this area and control this bomb.
Yeah, and remember, we're in that horrible spot where a lot of these teams are fighting low numbers. Kron has the last player for Fairy Tale, and he's going to drop. So, reading the kill feed, SSG, no, the question mark are in their zone. So, it's a 2v3 because the other member of question mark is playing that anchor role. Just a doozy. Having a look around, feeding the information to the team. Hardy's made it into the next phase. So,
let's go,
he's
let's go.
he's only gone and done it. And he's got a full level 3 vest, a level 2 helmet. Is he going to go for that drop? Are his inner demons... No. I thought for a second his inner demons would talk to him.
He's got one next to him, hasn't he? It's over there. We won't see this one just yet. I reckon that one's been grabbed. It's not been pinched yet either. So he has 2 drops really close to him. He's got an MG. We know how effective that was in the last game. Must be also got another MG here. Yeah, he has. Yeah, MG's all the way here for our Miramar games. Number 5 and 6. Pod. Hang on, not looking towards him as well. He's in a bunker. So it's kind of a Pod versus GG. How will hold down as well as SSG might be taking the barrage of question mark.
Yeah, it's question mark on the edge of the zone. Blue zone's doing some damage. SSG are as well. You can see the Gaimin Gladiators are turning their attention that way as well. But if question mark can clear SSG, they can get inside this valley, inside this dip, which will provide them so much cover. But these nades, as you can see, they're not quite hitting exactly where they need to get the knock. A doozy gets the knock on to rocks, though, from Pod Samolet, as they're up towards the north. A doozy doing his job beautifully as that anchor player. Artie is still alive, and that crate could be cover inside the zone. That's what I'm thinking now. If you can get to that crate, that is cover that you can use to survive a little bit longer. Elsewhere, Gaimin Gladiators need to make their way into the zone, as do Pod Samolet. This is a tricky circle for most of these players, and Ruin from Howl has somehow managed to stay alive as well.
Yeah, no one's been able to... He's been in this shack for a while. No one's really been able to contend near him. He hears the cars and the expectation that he's going to get crashed. It will be a question mark away. Does launch a nade out. Does get the, I suppose, the path correctly, but he's overcooked it. SSG now get the wall of smoke out, but it's not going to be quick enough for Spyro. He unleashes the flame himself. Pixel will retract back as most as he can. Actually, it's going to allow Artie to get past the drop. A little sneaky look, but then he goes back towards it. Pod Samolet, they go down. It's going to take 6th place. 5 teams now remain. 2 of them, 3 of them are solo, sorry. SSG with Spacestation Gaming. We do have, though... Look, oh my god, Adusi's gone right past him as well.
And Artie's got to the crates. He's got the level 3 helmet. He's taking a bit of... Come on, take there you go. Gonna keep the AUG, though. No, take the MG. Take the MG, Artie.
You got the ammo. Don't think you got the ammo in there.
Look where a doozy is, by the way. Like, a doozy... Doozy's right there. And he's oblivious. Like, there's been nobody behind question mark for so long that they are completely oblivious to the fact that Artie is in this position. Alia, with a beautiful nade, gets the knock onto a doozy. So it's a 3v3 v2v1. And again, Artie is a ghost. Furl first is pushing towards the doozy to provide some cover to see if they can get the res off, but a good spray from Uba will force Phil into some cover. Melman gets that knock, so question mark are now down to 2. Phil first has been flushed out. Uba takes a lot of damage as 2 more players completely ignore the fact that there's a snake in the grass. Besto will get taken down by Page as Pixel have gotten the res back onto Page. Uba gets the knock onto Besto. Spyro takes down Pixel. Down go question mark, and it's a 4v2v1, and he's still alive. We've still got Artie hiding behind the crate. Let's go.
Getting a bit naked now, a bit weird. Let's go tune in for our 2. They go down. Now Gigi's going. Was expecting 3. Where is he?
They're like, where the hell is that? Where the hell? There he is. Spotted out by Alia, taken down by Alia. You know what? Artie got 6 points. He got 6 points for strong T. You take those.
100% you take them. He's a winner in my eyes. Not the winner of the game. It is our GG. Take it. They take the kills. They take the chicken dinners. 20-point game. They controlled that east side really well. Very aggressive stance as well. It's not taking away from some of the other teams. SSG, they worked their way in nicely. They put the damage in. Question mark. Nearly Gibson getting picked 2 days in a row. Question mark need to ensure that when they get to these later games, they at least have one person just to look back. Because if it was Killukai for Acend, it nearly ended differently for them. So they need to take maybe day 3 and look back at the VODs and go, how the hell did these solo rangers get in behind us?
It just seems to happen some teams. Like, some teams seem more susceptible to it than others. I always think the Twisted Minds are a team that always get caught from behind as well. You know, you think to major events, there's a snake in the grass that seems to have an impact on the game. But look, well played by Ari, third place. SSG turned their night around a little bit with a good performance, but again, I don't think they're anywhere near contention for winning this event. But with that 20-point game, Gaimin Gladiators are going to take top spot. It's going to be GG and NAVI in first and second place. And that means that it's the old boys versus the new boys going into day 3 for the win. Unless Vorpal Swords, Pod Samulet, or Howl have something to say about it.
I am drastically refreshing the leaderboard. But I'll tell you what, instead of going out to break, waiting for it, let's have a look at the leaderboard now. You guys, by this time, should have a fully up-to-date leaderboard, and you can close off your evening by typing !Twire. For now, let's have a quick look at that leaderboard, though. Please note, it does not include that last game. It doesn't include that last game. But coming into game number 12, we actually had NAVI at the top. Vorpal Sword, GG, Pod, and Howl, and GG got the win. They put 20 points on. Arguably, they are going to be up there. NAVI dipping out. I'm thinking maybe they had a kill, maybe 1 or 2. I can't remember, but still, I don't think it'd be enough. Vorpal Sword, they were fighting again. Arguably, did they get the kills? The teams we really saw at the end, teams on the right hand side. Twisted Minds were getting involved. They were being aggressive. Question Mark being hyper aggressive. The Woo being hyper aggressive as well, and SSG. So pretty much on that right hand side of the table, Gibson, they were the contenders. They were the fighters, and GG just cleared up at the end. I
think only 3 teams in that bottom half of the table, so from 6th to 16th, didn't have a big game today, right?
Yeah.
SSG had a big last game. Acend had a pretty good day. The Woo have had big moments. Question Mark have played well. Twisted Minds had their moments. Like, everybody on the right-hand side of the table, apart from those bottom 3, have done something of impact over the course of the lobby. We have seen those 4 teams that were in 1st through 4th right now put in a hell of a performance. Like, they have been punching each other all night long.
Yeah.
And as we said earlier, Vorpal, Gaimin Gladiators will be in top spot over NAVI, but it's going to be so close.
Yeah, you wanted the storyline. You were gifted, I believe, the storyline on this one, as they have been really fighting. We still got 1 day, though. So looking at this left-hand side of the leaderboard, as I'll give it a little refresh for the last time, see if it does. It hasn't updated. But looking at that leaderboard, still arguably, it's pretty tight in the mid packs. So we're paying out from 1st to 5th. The sponsors are paying out from 1st to 5th. And yes, we've got 3 teams, maybe 4 now in those 100-figure marks, but from that sort of 5th, 6th point, there's a little bit of a gap. But it's 20 points. We've seen teams put near enough that with kills on for many of the rounds as well. So arguably all the way down, apart from some of the ones at the bottom in that sort of 30 bracket, they're kind of playing for a bit of pride now. Twisted Minds could come back. Question Mark, we know, could come back. How? The Ascend, SSG, like, if SSG come back tomorrow, Ascend come back tomorrow, it's a long stretch. It's a capability, maybe not take 1st, but at least get into 5th place.
We've seen teams have 100-point days on 6 map days, so you can't really say anybody's out of the running, because, as I said, we've seen it in the past. I know SSG have had big days when they were under friendly fire. You looked at Question Mark have had huge days in the past as well. So it's not over just yet, but it's just unlikely. And in a best of 18, which is what this is, Mark, the best team always wins. You have to be the best team in a lobby to win over 18 maps.
Yeah, you're right. You can have 1 or 2 games where you're off, but generally speaking, your average needs to be high. Look, that's it going to be from us. Hopefully Gibson will join us again tomorrow. We'll see. I know he's enjoyed the games. His first cast back, thinking he's going to be rusty, but he's the professional. So if you haven't already, make sure you give this man a follow. Make sure he gets himself in chat. Outstanding caster, not just for PUBG, does Rainbow Six, does LAN. He's got a big year coming ahead of him. And if not, failing all of that, just go check out his YouTube. He's got some wicked interviews, and he's got some more interesting stuff that he's going to be dropping soon. So again, go give him a follow on YouTube. If I can ask you guys to go hit us up on YouTube as well, we are getting to that point where we are exposing more and more of PUBG from a live stream point of view, not for like normal interview content that Amazing Gibson Cast does, but from a live streaming point of view, I do want to really drive that. That's one of my personal goals for this year, for 2024, is to build that live streaming within that YouTube community. It's very much been conquered by PUBG Mobile, and we're gonna annihilate them between us. For now, let's take our last opportunity to go look at that the break screen. I'll send out to a raid. As always, give us a follow on YouTube, give us a follow on social medias, and we'll be back same time, same place for the final 6 games before we decide and crown the New Year's Bash Cup on 1st to 5th. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.
Fill him up another pot of blood. Then he throws the money on the bar. He never lets me keep the change. Fighting with the mirror, he's deranged.